Much as I enjoy being on time, I would never want to deprive you guys of the experience of screaming and reeing into chat. I know you guys like that very much, and I don't want to I don't want to take that away from you, you know? Oh man. How long it feels it's been, when in reality it's only been 5 days. How's everyone doing, folks? We've been apart for so long. I missed it. I miss streaming. I miss it, you know? I miss it. And not just because the coronavirus means that we're all probably going to get a huge dip in our income, and I'm very concerned about my ability to, finance in the future. We have a literal Nazi in chat. Good. Enjoy their company. Go convert them. Go. Jesus, what is this? My problem? Go. Shh. Oh man. Hey folks. It's been so long. Oh man, do you have any idea how much cool shit there is to talk about? I mean, this is the problem with taking vacations as like a streamer, you know. I by the time I'm out, you know, I'm out in Los Angeles, and I see like, day by day some really funny shit's happening. I can't comment on it because I'm in Los Angeles. I'll keep you guys up with what I did. Don't worry. So. I went down to Los Angeles, two-parter, you know, to debate Destiny and to spend time with my parents, you know? Oh, hey, you know, I might do debates this stream, but not right. You gotta give it a second, you know? Why is everyone so eager? Jesus, I just got back. Come on. Come on. But yeah, I spent time with my parents, had a fantastic time. We saw Frozen 2. Terrible movie. My God, what a terrible movie. Who here has seen Frozen 2? Holy shit, dude. What a fucking god-awful waste of time. Now, the first one was never great, okay? It was like a fine... Like, it was really overhyped, but it was fine. But Frozen 2, man... my fucking god. Oh man. The funny, I think the thing that's most indicative to me of how much the quality dropped is that whether or not you like it, you know, let it go, let it go, let it go, turn away and slam the door. You know, the from the original, you know, I'm gonna get copyrighted for that. That was too close to the original, you know. The first one, I mean, there's some emotional resonance to it. Now, again, this is just like a dumb Disney movie or whatever. But, you know, let it go. Like, okay, you know, after years and years of her being like locked up in a sort of self-isolation, after being ashamed of her powers, she finally, you know, releases and embraces who she really is, and it's comforting to her, and the cold never brought her anyway. Great, cool, great, you know, great, fantastic. And that's the movie they're pushing. I mean, sorry, that's the song they're pushing for the first Frozen. For the second Frozen, it's that song they do at the beginning where they did. Yeah. The songs were just them explaining what they were doing. The big song that they push in Frozen 2 was the Into the Unknown, Into the Unknown. That's the one. And you know what it is? It's literally her just being like, I don't want to do an adventure, but I kind of do want to do an adventure. Let's do an adventure. And that's literally it. Like that, I just summarized it in like the little 4-second refrain I just did. That's the whole point of the song. There's nothing to read into. There's no symbolism. It's not built up to in any way. It's literally just, that's the killer song they're trying to go for there. It's that she wants to do an adventure. Great, fantastic, you know. If only she hadn't, we could have been spared the entire runtime of the movie. While like every protagonist in every adventure movie, they don't normally make the fucking tag song for the fucking headliner for the movie, the introductory song where they explain what they're going to do. It's a kids film. Just because it's a kids film doesn't mean it has to be shit. Okay, fuck you guys. You guys fucking suck. Never mind. You're not worthy of my fucking media analysis. Anyway, we saw Frozen 2. We saw Jojo Rabbit, which was really good, and I want to talk about that, but I don't know if we're going to have time today. Gonna talk about that tomorrow if I can't talk about that today, because Jojo Rabbit was fucking based. Um, yeah, that was really, really good. Hitler, are you approaching me? I cannot seek heil you from over here. No, I don't know. What is this? What is this Twitch clip? It's from Destiny.
I hate all.
Epic rant on online politics. Oh no, I'll take a look at it in a second. Anyway, so anyway, I saw the two movies. I had a great time with my folks, spent time with my brother. I made myself the TV head me in Soul Calibur 6's character customizer on my brother's PS4. That was fun. And then I came back, you know, and the flight was good and cool. And I want to talk about the Destiny debate. I want to talk about the Destiny debate because I thought it was really interesting, and I want to like jump in there. I haven't seen the most recent debate that he did with Stryker. I meant the debate with me, because there is some stuff to read into. I have some criticisms, but there were also things I wanted to adulate. But before we, yeah, I heard he did really well against Stryker. I heard Destiny fucking murdered Stryker. I mean, which is great, you know. Stryker is a Nazi, so because you know. Whatever antagonisms I have with Destiny are infinitely smaller than any antagonisms I would ever have with a with a fucking a neo-Nazi. What is this? Epic rant on online politics.
Online politics.
Oh yeah, I did see a little bit of the Stryker thing. Do you know how? Again, I haven't seen the whole thing, so maybe I'm like speaking out of bias here. But did you notice how like Stryker has been amped up by the alt-right as this like master debater? This is their intellectual warrior on the front lines, epically owning the Zionists and the capitalists together. Holy shit! Paul Resendes, that is incredibly generous of you. I'm going to get to that more substantively in just a second. Thank you so much. Thank you, man. But yeah, Stryker's been, people have been like, oh, you've been able to defeat these Nazis. Sure, but could you defeat Stryker, the vanguard of our intellectual progeny? And then Stryker comes on and just gets his ass blown out by a fucking capitalist. Oh, man. Okay, here, hold on. Paul Resendez just played for Vosh's plane tickets. Actually, Modern Day Debates' James paid for my plane tickets. Very nice of him. Hold on, what is this?
Dude, I hate all of these cancerous fucks, man. Jesus Christ, if there's one thing he inherits from his dad, I fucking pray to God. What a worthless fucking slimy fucking Weasley rat-faced fucking snake piece of shit. Oh my God, dude. Fuck, I'm done. Okay, we're done with this video. I hate this guy. God, he's such a fucking sleazeball fuckboy. I just want to play League of Legends. I hate online politics. I hate all these fucking people in this dumbass fucking realm. All these people that tell you to read theory, that they don't even open a goddamn fucking news article, let alone a Wikipedia article, let alone a fucking study, let alone any of the books they tell you to constantly read. Like, none of them actually believe in any of the shit they say. They just say whatever the fuck they think their YouTube subs want to hear. They just wheel out whatever fucking politician is the most popular dude at the time to their fucking viewers. They don't vote at the end of the day. They don't give a fuck about any of the policies in the day. They're all fucking millionaires because they make all this money off their goddamn channels and PayPals and fucking Patreons and shit anyway. I hate all this fucking world. It's so gross. Online politics is such a fucking shit show of like dishonorable, disgusting fucking cunts. Oh my God. I just want to play Doom.
I just want it known that I am, in fact, very sincere about everything that I push on this channel. Okay, let me tell you, folks, not a drop of dishonesty. So apparently, I think I know what this is talking about. So this is about Kyle Kalinske. Apparently, okay, listen, I'm not throwing any shots here. This is my understanding of the situation. I don't know the specifics. But for a while now, Kyle Kalinske has been real angry on Twitter about how Medicare for All, you know, we need it passed. My dad would still be alive if Medicare for All was the thing. Apparently his dad died back in 2014. This is already like a really bad argument to make. My parent would still be alive. It's a bad argument to make. It's an appeal from emotion. It's non-substantive. It's not a good argument. Okay. But, you know, if you're trying to win people over, sometimes you can invoke these like passionate emotional appeals. It works on some people. When I see it, it makes me feel really cynical, but I don't know. It works on some people. Kyle Kalinske is not a leftist. He's like a really far left SOCDEM, but he's not. I don't think he believes in seizing the means of production. But I know a ton of his fan base are socialists. Yeah. But anyway, but apparently, and again, I don't know all the specifics. I'm not directly impugning him for this because I don't want to do that without knowing everything that's going on. Apparently, Kyle Kalinski's father was just like some idiot boomer who chain smoked and thought that going to the doctor was for faggots. So he just didn't want to go to the doctor because he was like a blue collar, like grizzly man who was too stupid to realize that he needed medical attention for his developing lung cancer. So Medicare for All wouldn't have saved him. It just so I don't know. Again, I don't know whether or not how much like pricing was an issue there. He didn't have insurance. Yeah, like I said, I don't know the extent to which the payment was a thing, or the inability to pay was a determining factor, and how much of it was like a masculine pride. I don't know, but that is what what Destiny is mad about here. Vosh, you're being a massive dick right now? No, I'm not. I'm explaining the context behind Destiny's rant here. Now, it should be noted that even if a person doesn't go to the doctor because they're super prideful or because they think it's gay or I'm a man, I'll shit it out, I'll shit the cancer cells out. Even if that's the case, you could argue that substantive investments into the medical, like healthcare system, would still increase the likelihood of people taking that system seriously. One of the reasons why people think, one of the reasons why people believe that, for example, that it's like not worth going to the doctor is because the doctor is incredibly expensive, is because the medical system as it is very ineffective, is because right now if you get a doctor's appointment, you get to spend like 20 minutes with some guy who has 18 other appointments that day, and there are too many patients per doctor, so there's no way to get like the direct coverage and the direct care that you need unless you're willing to spend a lot of money or unless you get lucky with a really good doctor. So even if Kyle Kalinski's dad's death was because of his pride, even that I think could have been influenced by our poor medical system. Now there are people in chat right now who are saying that that he wasn't able to like afford the insurance or the copay or whatever, and if that's the case, then obviously then the fact that we don't have Medicare for All probably would have helped. But anyway, that's the argument that Destiny was making there. I still don't like the like my dad would still be alive argument because it's impossible to substantiate, and it's an appeal to emotion. I do think that Destiny is ridiculously uncharitable when it comes to Kyle Kalinski in general. Kyle Kalinski does say some stuff that I don't agree with, though. There is some stuff. I'm very wary of people who do LARPy revolutionary stuff. And Kyle Kalinski is also brushed pretty hard with the burn your bust stuff. See, the problem... how do I say this exactly? There's nothing wrong with being a revolutionary. Like you? I don't think so. There's nothing wrong. Kyle Kalinski founded the Justice Democrats? Yeah, I know. I think that Kyle Kalinski has done a tremendous amount of good for the public discourse. Very, very much so. But... he lives in New York, it wouldn't matter. No, it does matter because his fans don't just live in New York. And his fans are going to go along with what he says, or at least they're going to be influenced by it. Yeah. Mythaldo, I do believe Kyle Kalinski plays it very loose. I think he plays it kind of loose, and I'm very wary of people who adopt sort of the mannerisms of revolutionary sentiment without grounding them in a really consistent understanding of how to best bring about those changes. So if people are just talking about like, yeah, man, they can't take rent payments from all of us. Man, let the system burn it down. They want to give us Biden, burn it all down. And we have that. And then you pull back and it's not really substantiated, with like a deeper understanding of how to bring about revolutionary change. That makes me a little bit nervous. It feels a little bit LARPy. He says if you're in a swing state, plug your nose and vote for the lesser of two evils. Yeah, but it doesn't work that way. If you're a content creator and you start talking about how you aren't going to deign to vote for Joe Biden because he hasn't earned your vote, your fan base, no matter where they are, is going to be influenced by that rhetoric. Anger is very, very... contagious. especially in, highly divisive populist, political situations like the ones that we all find ourselves in today. Did you see his recent video on Joe Biden? I mostly just engage with his Twitter. I agree. I see it as plausible deniability. Yeah, exactly. It's like saying, yeah, Joe Biden hasn't earned my vote. What really is the difference between Joe Biden and Trump? Hey, by the way, guys, if you live in a swing state, you're going to have to plug your nose and just vote for whoever is the least bad, okay? Don't do anything crazy. All right. By the way, Joe Biden is essentially a crypto fascist. Like, come on. We have to be really, really clear. Just because you're against Bernie or bust doesn't mean Bernie or bust is wrong. If I'm against it, that means I think it's wrong. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, if I'm against something, it's because I think it's wrong. I'm not... You can't fucking... This just your opinion, man, me. Obviously, this is all my opinion. That's my channel. I'm just trying to put out my opinion. And people who have different opinions than me are the people who I think is wrong. What I'm away for 5 days. Where are we at? Yeah. Come on, Jack. Why? You're getting nervous. Come on. Oh, shit. We have arguments for Kyle thinks right. Yeah, I've heard Kyle Kalinski's arguments. I think they're wrong. I don't. I'd like to think I'm engaged pretty substantively with accelerationist rhetoric here. Listen, okay, wait, hold on. You guys have been so fucking generous. You've hit me with the donos. You've patted me, and there's so much shit I want to talk about you guys with. But there's something. Okay, this is so Your arguments for being anti-Bernie or bust or shit. Here, you're gonna take a chill pill. Your IQ, here. Shh, just chill, okay? I'm okay with you thinking that I'm wrong, but that's just your opinion, man. Shit is too low IQ for me. Just take a chill pill, okay? It's all right. Go watch my video on Bernie or bust, okay? It's a great video. Put a lot of effort into my thinking. As always, I temper. I'm a very emotional person up here, but I temper my rhetoric. Try and really achieve that utilitarian, that maximized value. Anyway, it's a 24-hour ban. I love you, okay? I look forward to seeing you back. You're going to watch my video. You're going to come back, and you're going to say, damn, Vosh, you were completely right. My arguments for Bernie or bust were based on the presumptuous and false assumption that the DNC actually cares about winning the presidency and will betray their corporate backers by adopting socialist or progressive values in order to increase the likelihood of them winning. I know now that they will never do that, and that electoralism is not the way in which we can meaningfully push for socialist policies, at least not by holding the DNC hostage. Remember, holding stuff hostage only works if the person you're trying to change the behavior of cares about the thing you're holding hostage. And the DNC doesn't care about winning. All right. I love you. Okay. Can we chill? This is so inconsequential, but I saw it. I saw it on Twitter, and it was the funniest thing that I had ever seen in my life. And I need us to share this moment together. I know a lot of you have probably seen this. Okay? The New Warriors. When Kamala's law goes into effect in the highly anticipated one-shot, Outlawed, superheroics will be left to the adults, and underage heroes will be banned unless they have official government-assigned mentors. That's where the New Warriors come in. Starring Thorina, Deadpool, the girl from Scooby-Doo, Doomfist, Apollo, and these fucking 5, okay? When I saw this shit, I thought this was a fucking meme, okay? When I saw this shit online, I thought like some sort of elaborate joke was being played, okay? Please stick with me on this. I know a lot of you have seen this, but please, God, okay? Former teen vigilantes Night Thrasher, Firestar, Rage, Speedball, Namorita, and Silhouette step up to impart their wisdom to a batch of promising young kids. Is this why nobody reads comics anymore? Dear God. Okay? Hey, no spoilers in chat, okay? Listen. All right, this is the New Warriors, okay? These are the 4 or 5? Aren't there 5 here? Who's missing? Wait, we've got Speedo, Doomfist, Hare, Thorina. Where's Dead Fuck? I don't know. We got the old guard, the old warriors, okay? Bringing in the training, the new warriors. These fucking 5. Please listen to this, okay? Please, God. Please, fucking God. Listen, I love you. I love art. I adore art, okay? This looks some fucking DeviantArt shit. Who the fuck approved this? These are the sketchiest sketches I've ever seen in my life. This looks like a fucking Ben 10 character. They didn't even erase... Look, his fucking collar obscures his chin, and they didn't even erase the chin line. This was legit like a 10-minute drawing. But this is what they're promoting with? This is like the concept art before the concept art. This is like the thumbnail sketches you do to make sure that the character has like the same facial proportions in profile and like front facing. Please. A meme-obsessed super teen whose brain became connected to the internet after being exposed to his grandfather's experimental internet gas. Now he can see augmented reality and real-time maps and can instantly Google any fact. Does this make him effectively a genius? He sure acts like it does. Screen time. With the internet gas, I want you to really imagine how this character would play out in the comic book, okay? Like really imagine an animated adaptation of this. What would this character sound like and what would their behavior be like, okay? I bet I can I can imagine it, you know? Some other chick is like, "Yeah, John's Donuts is the best donut place in New York City." And screen time goes, "Actually, according to Yelp reviews, Marinen's Donut and Fudge Factory is actually the best donut place in New York City." Just ask me anytime you need any more information, babe. And then the girl like it depends on what kind of comic it is, swoons or leaves. I don't know. This is a Redditor, okay? This is some good ass shit right here. We're downplaying the Redditeering a little bit by making them non-white. I don't know, what is this, like Filipino? Sometimes I feel like when you design characters like this, when you're like a hack artist, you have to move if they made this guy white and gave this guy like shaggy hair, this would be like the school shooter kid, you know what I mean? Like he would go into the school with like an M5 and like tip the goggles down and it would turn into like a VR sim and he's playing like Doom or some shit. But now we've like distanced ourselves sufficiently from the most negative invocation of this trope. But this is only prep, okay? This is only prep, all right? We're still warming up, all right? The word screen time is only ever used in a sort of restrictive sense because we're doing a story about teenage rebels. A lot of the names are about teens fighting against labels that are put on them. Keep that in mind, okay? Keep that one in mind. So with screen time, we like the idea that he has infinite screen time. Fighting against the labels that are put in them. Introducing Snowflake and Safe Space. Marvel's very first non-binary hero, Snowflake. And their friend, I guess, Safe Space. A sibling? A friend? Well, I hope they're friends. Sibling? Psychic twins. All twins are psychic, but we're psychic-er. Snowflake, a cryokinetic, can materialize snowflake-shaped shuriken projectiles for throwing. Safe Space can materialize pink force fields, but he can't inhabit them himself. The reflex only works if he's protecting others. They're hyper-aware of modern culture and optics, and they see their superheroics as a post-ironic meditation on using violence to combat bullying. They're probably streaming this. Safe Space is a big, burly, sort of stereotypical jock. He can create force fields, but he can only trigger them if he's protecting somebody else. Snowflake is non-binary and goes by they, them, and has the power to generate individual crystallized snowflake-shaped shurikens. The connotations of the word snowflake in our culture right now are something fragile, and this is a character who is turning it into something sharp. Please, guys. Oh my God. Please tell me who this is for. Please tell me who this is for. because like really who is this being marketed to? So first of all, these are some DeviantArt ass fucking 14-year-old Tumblr drawings, okay? I'm really sorry. I know that whoever did the art for this probably is a good artist, but these shit, look, they both have the same hair. This is the laziest hair, and they just have the same outfit, but it's different colors. They're just the same person. They're just the same person. They look like the same person. It's just the color. If you color swapped, like, what else would you get? Like their height? Like, oh, well, this one's 3 inches shorter. This is not post irony. This is not post meta irony. I feel like this is a fucking psyop, dude. I feel like whoever approved this just really likes the quartering and wanted the quartering to do videos on it. Really likes Geeks and Gamers or One Angry Gamer. They just really fucking want One Angry Gamer to type up an 8,000 word article on how like pink hair and SJWs are ruining comics. They just like they've been edging like as they're going through the creative process. They're at like the board meeting. They're like, I want to call them Snowflake and Safe Space. And the CEO, who's like this 87-year-old fucking white guy hooked up to a gas mask and like 8 IV drips, is like, okay, if it'll make us money. And then the guy's like doing the concept art. He's, oh god, this is gonna be fucking good. And then it finally releases, and right now they're just their entire fucking desk is just covered, just ropes, just fucking the discourse. And I'm contributing to the discourse, but how can I not? How can I not? What are they doing? This is the first non-binary super. It's called Snowflake. This is the Snowflake. Yeah, the quartering the quartering got fucking insider intel. The quartering released a video as the article came out. Look up the author's video. Yeah, we'll get to that. Just I really want you guys to reflect on this. This is called outrage marketing, okay? This is outrage marketing. After fucking Gillette successfully showed the world that saying sometimes men can be bad but should be good is enough to ignited internet controversy, after the Nike shit, after all of this, it's become increasingly clear to companies that outrage baiting is a really effective way of getting people into a product. The issue after Keurig, somebody else watched H-Bomber Guy's Woke Brands video. Wow, my apologies for quickly reciting several instances of what I'm trying to talk about without mentioning the first big one. Yes, I'm too a big fan of H-Bomber Guy. This is, but what I don't know what this is like for. Listen, I don't know if you guys have ever done this, but regular ass comic books like this, these types of comic books are intellectual drivel. Okay, I'm so sorry if anybody here likes comic books. Okay, I love comic books. Okay, I grew up on comic books. I grew up on all the fucking classic graphic novels, Batman Year One, Dark Knight Rises, fucking Watchmen, Preacher. Not really a superhero story, but I was a big fan of that. The Death of Superman. Like I love superhero comics. Okay, V for Vendetta, obviously, really great stuff. But stuff like this. These are cynical attempts at trying to grab new demographics. That is what they are. So we have these 5 older heroes, and then we got like 5 younger heroes or some shit. And that is what they are. This entire thing is a Trojan horse for trying to approach a new demographic of customers. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that. If you're trying to get new people into your industry, I mean, for one, that's just good business sense. You know, I'm not going to impugn somebody for trying to make money in a fucking capitalist economy or any kind of market economy. But for 2, it can be good to get new people in. You know, there have been really, I think, successful attempts at getting new people in. Miles Morales or is it Mile or Miles? Miles Morales, the new Spider-Man, the half black, half Hispanic Spider-Man. I know that controversial in comics, but I've heard that there have been a lot of buzz generated when it comes to like getting non-white representation in fucking comic media. You know, that's pretty fucking cool. Not Evo Morales. The Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel is Muslim. I know that generated a stir. Squirrel Girl. I know. It was like this funny joke comic where like a girl who's a squirrel takes on all of Marvel's like biggest heroes or biggest enemies or whatever, and it's like funny because she has like no powers, but then she defeats like Thanos or whatever. Squirrel Girl is really funny, you know? I think, at least. And it gets people in. But the issue is, those things may be good, but just because bringing new demographics in is not in and of itself a problem, doesn't mean it can't be done poorly. And I really want to fucking know what they were going for here. If you're going to make the first non-binary syndicated superhero, this is something that's going to go down in wikis. This is something that's going to be known forever. Marvel is a huge fucking property now, thanks to its movies over the past 12 years. And we're looking at this, and it's like what? It's not the first. I'm pretty sure this is the first Marvel non-binary hero. Of course, there have been non-binary characters before. Aren't there like a billion Marvel comics, though? You can follow them pretty well if you know what you're talking about, which I don't, so don't listen to me. But with regards to this, though, like here's the first non-binary, like imagine if they had the first trans woman, trans lady superhero, and their name was like Transition, and they were like a chameleon type who could like transform into other, you know what I mean? Or like a fucking first black superhero, you know, like Mount Thugger, and he's like this big dude, and his thing is that he has gold chains. He's like, when you play, the point for inclusivity, the point for including new demographics is that you're supposed to integrate them without making their marginalized identity the foundational component of their character. It doesn't mean much if you have your first female superhero and she's called Lady Hysteria, and her superpower is that when she gets upset she screams, and the echo sonic scream destroys everyone's ears, you know? If your first black hero is the incredible N-word, and by whispering it in people's ears he can turn them into ash, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't help. It's not. it's yeah, faggot boy, the first case, butt boy, you know, and they're like riding up like with like assless chaps and stuff. I'm just saying, this isn't how you do inclusive representation. Just have a regular fucking superhero, and then just have them be non-binary. Dude, the first, I don't know if this is the first. Okay, here, okay, look. Huh? Didn't I? Yeah. I don't know if this is the first Muslim superhero in Marvel. Or wait, this is DC, because it's Miss Marvel, and for some reason Miss Marvel is DC. I don't really know. Look. I don't know why she's got big hands. I don't know anything about this shit. But look. This is like the first, right? Wait. Is this the correct one? Like shapeshifter? Is that what her powers are? Oh, it is Marvel. Oh, is it Mr. Marvel? Is it Mr. Marvel who's DC? Well, whatever the case, you know, this is the first, to my knowledge, or at least the first big Muslim superhero lady. You will notice she's not wearing a fucking burqa. You will notice that she doesn't have like a fucking you know, like, well, I guess you can't really see here in like promo art or whatever, but she doesn't have some like her name is what's a good like offensive Muslim name that I can make here that would come off like plausibly deniable as a joke, you know? What you know, like Durka, you know? Miss Sherpa? Yeah. Packy Attacky. Okay. The point being, they really didn't make her identity. They they didn't they didn't make her identity the core, the front of her superheroism. Why her form's so big is she's got like stretchy powers or something. I don't fucking know. But the the point is, if you want to engage in positive inclusivity, you can't do this shit that puts it like so far on the nose. You guys realize this is going to be like a joke for years, right? Maybe there's some incredibly small demographic of people who like appreciate the ironic meditation on the nature of public acceptance of gender and sexual minorities. But maybe that's an incredibly small fragment of the population. But the vast majority of people either are going to find this pandering, stupid, or outright outrageous. You know what I mean? I don't think anyone's going to care after a week. Well, you think that, but this is gonna go down as one of the like SJWs are ruining comics. I can see the headlines, dude. Why does no one buy comics anymore? SJW writers force insert ridiculous characters, like shit like that. You know? This was an actual character. I don't know. Wait, really? Wait, was this a superhero? Wait, but what's this? What's this? Is there even a superhero outfit? It's just a fucking. It's just the robes. Okay, listen. Okay, listen, guys, listen. Oh, she was a mutant? Dust? Okay. I mean, all right. She's just a ninja. Yeah. Hold on. Wouldn't it be funny if all these comics were really well written with a great story? Hey, listen, if these comics turn out good, that's great. If they end up being really, really well written, that's great. Maybe I'll even buy them just to see, you know, it'd be funny. Like, I'm sure I can go to a comic store, or actually with these days, I'm sure I can order it online. But no matter how great the writing is, this is still really fucking weird. Also, Safe Space is a ripoff of Steven Universe. Change my mind. Pink Force Fields works to protect others. Get out of here. Okay, wait. That's the funniest shit. But there are two more. Okay? There are two more. B negative. So, the previous designs were bad. I think whoever drew this should be fired. This is a DeviantArt OC. This is a DeviantArt OC. This is. I could have drawn this at 14, and I could have gone on fucking F-list and put them as my profile, and I could have done vampire like anal roleplay. Okay, that's the tier we're working with here. The fucking bottom right drawing is literally unshaded, cell-colored fucking concept art. And what is this Rob Liefeld shit? You guys know Rob Liefeld? Is this a joke? No, this isn't a joke. These are coming out in a fucking comic. This is Rob Liefeld shit, where you have like the ultra tight legging muscle striations with just like fucking belts everywhere. B negative. B negative. That's their name. B negative. Okay? A teen, living vampire, exposed to Michael Morbius's blood as a child in a rogue but life-saving medical procedure. He still ages like a regular kid but has all the abilities of Morbius. He's also obsessed with all the music and attitude of a classic long past decades like the 90s and the zeros. The world is a vampire, and so am I. Was this run through Google Translate? The world is a vampire, and so am I. That's going to be his first like killing move one-liner. You know, it's lyrics. That's a song. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if it's a song. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care how many pumpkins were smashed. I don't care. No, I don't care. You can tell me all you want. I don't care. B negative is the goth kid. When he was a baby, he got a rogue life-saving blood transfusion, we assume, from Michael Morbius. And now he has a very similar look and very similar vampire powers we're really fucking cream of the crop creative material here. Shares Kibble Smith. B negative ages like a regular person. Or does he? And he definitely drinks blood. Or does he? But designer slash artist Luciano Vecchio took brilliant inspiration from the 90s Spider-Man cartoon and gave B negative the leech suckers that the animated version of Morbius had on his palms. He's just wearing gloves. Or does he? And the last one is actually my favorite of them, unironically. I think this is the closest we have to a decent design, even though this drawing, and particularly the one in the bottom right, is literally like some fucking notebook doodle shit. I think this one is the closest one to like a real design. A regular kid scooped up into the world of teenage superheroing. Her magic backpack is actually a pocket dimension from seemingly infinite space, from which she can pull out useful or random objects. It's not always under her control. She claims to get her power from God, but not the God you're thinking of. Who is that one character from the Venture Bros? Who is that one character? Like from his stomach, you know, and he would pull shit out. Who's that one character? Fat Chance. Yeah. This is Fat Chance from Venture Bros. Anyway, I don't know. I think this is more forgivable than the other ones. But man, oh man, listen. I know I'm going to be hearing about this shit in the future, and I resent the artist for subjecting me to all of this. But goddamn, dude. This is just some really this is a really weird approach to inclusivity. I don't know who we got this guy. This is like for Redditors, and then we got the fucking SJW duo. Oh man, I don't know. What did the Quarter Pounder say about this? Cover the videos. He said exactly what you think he said. I mean. Like, you know exactly what he said. God, this guy is so fucking prolific, dude. Jesus Christ. Where is it? Where is it? Why did Patreon ban all anime? The answer is no. Patreon didn't ban all anime. Keemstar, Lily, Singh, licking toilets for clout. Just everything online. Top left? Oh, here we go. Instant regret. Marvel destroyed for Snowflake and Safe Space. Day 2 of hilarious reaction. Wait, whoa. We don't want to non-sequentially. Here we go. Marvel is canceled. Here we go. Here's the famed Kibblesmith, who I will admit does not look like a Kibblesmith to me. He made 2. Of course he made 2.
Kibblesmith, and I am the writer of New Warriors #1.
Eureka! I've just been inspired. This is a superhero team of multi-ethnics known as the Fired Bunch.
What's going on, everyone?
Okay.
Jeremy here from the Quartering In, working with Jonas on your feedback from yesterday. Fewer jump cuts, I get you. And his last name is blades that came out of his hands, and that was cool.
Damn, we got some editing chops going on now.
But who would it does it what?
To its sort of logical conclusion, as a youth, he was exposed to his grandfather's experimental internet
Where's
gas.
the here?
Nazi? Wait, let's see if it's inclusive. If you should have, I mean, if you have Snowflake and Safe Space, you should have what? What's the equivalent? Nazi? Goobergator?
Get it? If you want to have an inclusive superhero team and you have black people in there, you also have to have Nazis in there because that's inclusive. This is exactly what you think it is. I mean, it's just an opportunity for every like 80 IQ comic obsessed dipshit on the internet to ramble off their fucking comedy routine that they have prepared every time anything like this happens, which is the same old jokes about helicopters inclusivity, the tolerant left, and SJWs. These people don't actually read comics. Oh no, I have no doubt that the Quartering himself engages with almost no pop culture and just distills all of it through his fan base, who tells him what to cover. The Quartering has like directly said that he's a grifter before, that he doesn't actually care about the things he talks about, and he only talks about them because his audience expects him to. So again, this is just like the, you know, you've got like the eight, one-liners that you're willing to dish out. Why does every YouTuber that you react to look slightly like you? I don't look anything like Crowder or fucking Shapiro or Blair. What are you talking about? The Quartering looks a little bit like me only because you dipshits see any fucking white guy with a beard who's a little bit overweight, and you think like, oh my god, it's Vosh. I see you people. I see you fucking people in the Reddit threads. You're like, here, I saw this advertisement of Vosh, and it's just like a guy with a beard. It doesn't even have to be a fat guy. Like I'm pretty fat. I'm like 260 pounds. But you see like just an annual picture of like a guy with a beard. Like, oh my god, I didn't know Vosh was in a Kellogg's commercial. And then you post it on the Reddit, or I get fucking DM'd it. It's great, you know. I'm so glad. You know, not all beards look the same. I hope you guys know that, all right? I put, for one, look, Quartering, okay, for one, Quartering's beard looks like shit, okay? Quartering's beard looks like somebody glued fucking pubes to his face, all right? Let's just be fucking real here. Also, he doesn't have a soul patch. What the fuck is going on underneath his mouth? Look at this. Look at that. Perfect symmetry. Flawless symmetry right there. Oh, God, just perfectly frames the jawline. The mustache curls upward. Okay, look at that. Oh, nice, thick right here, just solid. It's soft. You can't feel it. Nice and soft, you know. Right? Got perfect underline cut. You know, admittedly, I don't shave that often, but when I do, I got a nice underline. There's not all beards are the same. Okay, it does hurt my feelings a little bit when I see the Quartering. You go, it's alt universe Vosh. You know. All right. Okay. Okay. Man. You know, there's a lot to be said more broadly about how fucking ridiculous the way comic book superheroes are made. You know, I've always thought like superheroes are a subject ripe for analysis that never actually takes place, you know? Superheroism fundamentally is fascistic, or at the very least it's vigilante, you know? It's the idea that the system can't deal with the problems of the world. You need strong men to come in and deal with those problems for you. It makes sense in the context of superheroism because with, say, Superman, you literally do have people who are capable of solving problems other people can't solve. But when we apply this to our reality, there is no such thing. But there are people in our reality, in real life, who do genuinely believe that it is the strong men who must rise up to secure safety and peace for the weaklings who can't take care of themselves. It's a fundamentally fascistic ideal. So when you take a look at superheroism and the way in which it reflects sort of the power dynamics of a society, I think there's so much more interesting shit that could be done there than all these nonsense like, Weapon Team X succeeded after recovering the serum from the Infinifortress in Dr. Doom's Eternal Laboratorium, but now Team X has been afflicted with space cancer and must train Team XY to recover the same because it went back. Like I don't know. It's it's just stupid. It's just fucking stupid, dude. Not all graphic novels are like that. Sometimes graphic novels make a really cringy attempt at being like real world relevant. Remember when Frank Miller did that tried to release that series where Batman takes on Al Qaeda or something, or it was that Jihad series. Remember, he went fucking crazy. Yeah, Holy Terror. Yeah, he went fucking crazy. Frank Miller. 9/11 broke Frank Miller's brain, folks. What was that one graphic novel where there was a kid who liked a superhero and then he was given a wish by like a monkey and the monkey turned him into that superhero in the world in which the superhero was still a movie character, and then he was like, "Hey, United States government, want me to kill bin Laden?" Does anyone remember that comic? Does anyone remember? It was like a monkey, and it was like a monkey wish giver. Flake remembers. Some of you guys remember. Okay, listen. just God, superhero comics are so fucking bad, dude. I have no fucking idea. I don't know why they do this. They do this to me personally. The fuck are you talking about? I don't know. Go look up the fucking comic. You made that up? I didn't make that. I didn't make that up. The kid wakes up one day and he's the superhero from the movies. He's like their universe's Superman. And at first he's like, oh my God, I have superpowers. And then he was like, time to do some real good. And he goes to the United States government and offers to kill bin Laden. Holy shit, dude. The closest thing... I'm sorry. The closest thing that we've ever gotten to a real analysis of how power and superheroism interact is in the Authority series. That shit was fucking good. The Authority series was like oh God, I'm sorry, please just give me 5 minutes. Please don't leave the stream, okay? Shut the fuck up. The Authority, I'm gonna spoil all this shit, okay? The Authority series, oh, get ready. It's all in the title, baby, okay? The Authority series was basically a bunch of superheroes who were part of previous superhero operations, got together and formed a secret, sort of like a secret, group after all of their previous, groups have been made illegal, and they commandeer a ship called the Carrier that's like this intergalactic alien living ship that's like the size of a moon, and they orbit around the Earth, and they start to like change the world in the ways they always wanted to change the world. And it starts with them taking on a rogue government like a North Korea XP, and it eventually ends with them literally just like obliterating dictatorships and trying to threaten the US government. The whole plot branches out into them substantively like attacking the power structures of the real world with them slaughtering dictators, threatening the United States president, like stopping wars, really doing stuff. And they act like fascists, but they know what they're doing. It's acknowledged. At one point, they go into an alt universe where the entire world has been enslaved by like an alien like demigod race that based out of Italy, and what they do is they delete Italy. They just destroy Italy, and then they broadcast the entire world saying if they fuck up again, they're going to come back and like obliterate the planet. They go back to to Earth proper and deleting Italy. I know, pretty based, but is the Authority fascist or leftist? They are pretty leftist, but the way in which they wield power, I mean, they are the Authority. The final arc of the comic series, The Authority, is literally the United States government, along with all of the G8 countries, pooling together their money to create a superhero team to slaughter and replace them so they can have a more pacified superhero team that doesn't challenge the monetary interests of the West. It's literally about how financiers, bankers, investors, and billionaires get together and work with the US government to create a fascist offshoot to hamper the ability for a leftist movement to make substantive change. And then they turn around and beat back that, and then they slaughter every American government official responsible for what happened. It's fucking base, dude. The Authority is fucking sick. Such a sick fucking comic. You can read it if you don't mind all the rape and blood. It's pretty good. It's pretty fucking sick. And then it ends. But anyway, yeah, just like comic books, most of them aren't that good. What's it called? The Authority. Most of them aren't that good at all. Most of them are highly derivative pieces of shit. I'm not gonna lie, I don't really like rape and blood. Then don't read The Authority. Then don't do it. Don't read The Authority if you don't like rape and blood. If you do like rape and blood, go ahead and read The Authority. That's what The Authority is for. Rape, blood, and substantive criticisms of institutional power. Okay? That's what The Authority is for. All right? Okay. How about those donos? Hold on. Why did they put a bunch of rape in a superhero series? Well, in the context of The Authority, one of the power systems they consistently attack is the patriarchy. They're pretty consistent in their every time rape is invoked, it's usually in the context of like directly calling out misogyny or like the way in which women are kept down. In the alt universe where they end up deleting Italy, the alien super race ends up turning all of China into a rape camp. And it's meant to be like a cruel analog to like what happened with the Opium Wars in Nanjing. when rape is invoked in the in the latter story arcs, it's about misogynistic, like power hungry billionaires trying to selfishly enact revenge against female superheroes by domesticating them. That's something they do specifically. For the male superheroes, they torture them in one way or another. But with the female superheroes, it's all about turning them into their domestic little rape slave. And it's meant to be like a direct. It's not done without self-awareness. It's meant to be a criticism of the people who inflicted those tortures upon them. Don't worry, they all die. Everyone who does it dies. It's a good story. Isn't it kind of tanky-ish? I don't think it's tanky-ish, no. I don't think so. I think The Authority is as close as we've gotten to a comic book series that actually deals with how power would work in the real world if superheroes were introduced to it. Like, I mean, really think about it. If superheroes started existing in our real world, just snap our fingers and put like X-Men tier superheroes on this planet, you know? Do you think they're gonna form an academy and then try to comfort? These people would be warlords. Are you fucking kidding me? They would instantly start trying to, they would rob banks, they would fucking assassinate government officials, they would instantly start trying to form fucking cabals of like pockets where they are warlords over all others. I have not watched The Boys, no. I know it's extremely relevant to what I'm talking about. Depends on how leftist we are as a society. No matter how leftist we are as a society, if you suddenly give an individual the ability to single-handedly resist bullets, they are going to fuck shit up. That's just how it works. If you give people still a pretty shit view of humanity. It's not about having a shit view of humanity, dude. It's that the entirety, why do you think I'm an anarchist? The existence of hierarchy is a corrupting influence. What greater hierarchy is there than making a person immune to the ability to punish them, or to arrest them, or to kill them? If you put a Superman on the planet, do you really think, I mean, sure, maybe this person would be good, but statistically speaking, do you really think there's really, go, think right now, think of all the Biden voters. Go on Twitter, spend 10 minutes on Twitter, okay? One of these people, 50% chance they're a fucking MAGA Twitter user, by the way, ends up getting superpowers. Do you really think they're going to turn into some sort of altruistic fucking demi-human who just wants to save the world from, like, runaway trains and car crashes? Do you seriously think just a random? Of course not. These people are all bought into pre-existing power structures. Most of the people in this country probably think that there's some other government on the planet that deserves to be glassed. If somebody got superhero powers and they were like, damn, we should do something about China, their communism is going to spread across the entire world, and the American government is like, well, hold on, we have profitable trade relations. Do you really think there's no chance of these people taking power into their own hands? Yeah, Israel, North Korea, China, what people think about Russia? You do realize how many right-wing populists there are in this country, right? And in the world? Do you have any idea how many people on this planet have some sort of racial bias? I'd be willing to bet that around 80% of this country, and probably more, like a larger percent of the world, would be comfortable with ethnic genocide if it were justified to them through like 2 weeks of media coverage, okay? Superpowers are inherently disruptive. The only reason our society functions is because everyone is equally susceptible to death. At the end of the day, death is what unites us in political complacency. If we can't die, we can't be subjected to the power structures within which we live. What exactly is the consequence to misbehavior if bullets don't work to you? Work against you? You can't be arrested. You can't be cajoled. You're capable of killing anyone who disagrees with you. There's nothing that can be done. What are they going to do? Bring out tanks? I mean, depending on how strong you are, you could single-handedly bring down a country. These to me are interesting explorations of what could conceivably be done with superheroes. But it's always the car crashes and always superheroes are fighting super villains. What the fuck does that mean? Do you really think a super villain is just going to be some rogue fucking lunatic with a gigantic basement full of genetic experiments or something? Of course not. We already know what supervillains look like. Kissinger worked with the US government for decades. You really think these people wouldn't be scooped up by governments in an attempt to consolidate their black ops projects to more effectively subjugate the third world? Do you really think that superheroes wouldn't immediately be, if not going rogue, subjected to like a fucking bevel of all of the militaristic nationalist propaganda that people have used to win soldiers over in the past? Power structures will ultimately work to consolidate any deviations from that power structure. That's just how they work. the inevitable result of superheroes developing is that A, they go rogue and try to form a rogue government if they're strong enough to, or B, they get brought into one of the existing political camps. There is no world in which a superhero just turns into this kindly monk who lives a normal life, but every once in a while danger calls, and then they, have to run off and save an oil tanker from sinking into the ocean or some shit. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not. Okay, I'm not trying. I'm not trying to fucking talk your guys' head off or anything. It's just this is why I got off of. That's why I got off of comic series. Oh, and by the way, it's also one of the reasons why Justice League Unlimited is like the sickest animated adaptation of the Justice League and DC superhero story. You know why? Because the end arc of the first season of Justice League Unlimited is the government developing a Black Ops program to defend themselves against the possibility of a rogue Justice League. And eventually, even though initially they were disgusted by it, some members of the Justice League coming to realize, spoilers, it's a fucking 25-year-old story. Shut up. Some of the members of the Justice League realizing that the government was actually right, because there is literally nothing America could have done if Superman decided to just fly down and like carve out Iowa and just say like, Iowa's mine now. It is now my Iowa. It's Myowa, Superman Red Sun is a good, Superman Red Sun comes off pretty enlightened centristy, but there are good parts of it. Isn't Kira a superhero? Yeah, Death Note, at least the first season of Death Note, I think, is a pretty good exploration of what would happen if somebody actually had a superhero. Like, I'm just tired of like My Hero Academia, you know what I mean? I'm just tired of stuff like so apparently in My Hero Academia, 2/3 of the human population have some sort of random superhero power, and what, society functions exactly as it did before, except you have like a superhero league? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you have any idea? Is it 4 out of 5? I don't fucking know. Do you have any fucking idea if everybody had a power of some kind of random power? What about people who can go invisible? What about people who, there are so many things you could do that would completely fucking obliterate the functionality of a modern society. What would your superpower be? I don't fucking know. Isn't it chosen randomly? Wouldn't Aang be a super nice superhero? Yes, Aang is a nice superhero because he is a unusually good person, a monk raised from birth to be a good person. And he was in a fucking shonen anime where he was like the nicest human. He's literally a monk. Okay, okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. Just this means a lot to me. Superheroes are really popular right now, like in the media, in the zeitgeist. And I feel like if we're stupid when we analyze the importance of like narratively of superheroes are boring. I don't think superheroes are boring. I think superheroes are cool. I just think they need to be placed into the proper context. One Punch Man actually did a pretty decent job, in my personal opinion, because the world of One Punch Man is constantly on the brink of fucking dying. That I think works. One Punch Man's world is literally just non-stop. The rate of which monsters are coming out. For one, it's fundamentally comedic. So One Punch Man does have a little bit of ground given to it because it's fundamentally supposed to be a bit of a satire of the superhero genre, which gives you a little bit of leeway. But also, the entire planet is just like constantly non-stop. Like every other week a threat arrives that obliterates like 1 million people, and the world just keeps on ticking. I swear to God, 90% of the people in the One Punch Man universe must be construction workers. I have no fucking idea how else that society could exist for this long. But One Punch Man also has a completely different attitude towards superheroes. In One Punch Man, to be a superhero, all you have to do is apply. But if you train hard enough, theoretically, you can become one. Some places are like a superhero is like a genetic gift, That's like X-Men shit, But in One Punch Man, like literally anyone, yeah. So you can be like a super construction worker, you don't have to be a hero. You can just be like, oh, I'm your local neighborhood delivery guy, and I can run at 1,000,000 miles an hour, Yes, I agree, funny rhetorician. Season 2 of One Punch Man was a fucking disappointment. They really, really dropped the ball in that animation. Do you think superheroes are like the modern day gods and demigods? Well, that's the thing. And if you want to take that interpretation, then the Greeks knew much better than most people do these days, because the Greeks knew that their gods and demigods were fucking dicks who were too busy battling each other in futile tests of pride and fucking humans with fucking corkscrew goose penises to be of any actual help to the pithy, fragile mortals of the realm. You think they wouldn't be doing that shit in the real fucking world? Jesus Christ, literally, all it takes for you to stop viewing people as human is a couple of months of propaganda against them. The training they put you through as a soldier, particularly back during the Iraq War, which is at least the studies that I'm most familiar with, were specifically designed to delegitimize like the idea that like the Iraqis are like human. They're like these subhuman, they're like these things that are obstacles between us and a civilized society. All it takes is a few months of training soldiers to act this way, and you can kill civilians with impunity. Do you really think entities with the ability to withstand tank shots would not immediately start enacting fucking genocidal Übermenschen plans if they don't get consolidated into some sort of other power structure? I'm sorry, folks. Listen, if superheroes existed, the world would not be a war between superheroes and supervillains. The world would be a war between the same power structures that exist now, augmented with the powers of supervillains and superheroes. Yeah, the first Iron Man movie was straight up US propaganda, 100%, yeah. Yeah, I need to watch HBO's Watchmen. It depends on who gets the powers. Again, if the powers go to some fucking monk, or if the powers go to some like fucking Kansas farm boy with like a really good heart who's trained by their parents to love each and every person, sure, maybe. But if, again, go look at the electorate. Go look at who's on Twitter. Go look at who's on Facebook, okay? Go on Twitter right now. I'm not joking. Go on Twitter right now and type in Trump, okay? Hashtag Trump or hashtag coronavirus, okay? Then take 1,000 tweets. Find the users of those tweets, add them all up together into an RNG generator, and then roll 1 to 1,000, okay? And whoever that dice lands on is the person who ends up getting the ability to flip tanks and withstand bullet shots to the face. Do you really want to roll on those odds? Do you really want to roll on those odds? You really, really, really think that's gonna, like, mathematically, do you think that's gonna come out? Because personally, me, I don't trust any of you motherfuckers with superhero powers. Nobody should trust anyone with superhero powers, because it's mathematically certain that if you gain those powers, you are far more likely to develop tendencies that are antithetical to building a good world. I'd be a good superhero. Well, I think I'd be a good superhero too, but you never really fucking know, do you? All right, okay. We have to do donations. This took so long. Not that I mind. What if superhero powers only target those with perfect hearts of gold? Well, then they would only target leftists. Hold on. Alright, motherfuckers. Root of all this is from, these first few donations are from a few days ago. Root of all Grievals with the 690. Thank you. Would it be possible for you to talk about Corona Bill AB5 sometime? It's basically killed all freelance work in CA and it's hurt my community of musicians. I can give it a look, comrade. I don't know anything about it, but I'd be interested in talking about it once I do. Ghost of FDR with the 2 gifted tier 1 subs to Legion Populi and Crypto Velvet. Revive the dicks and welcome to offline chat, gosh. We're back now, comrade. Radical Autism with a gifted tier 2 sub to Behemoth. Someone with good fucking taste in music deserves to be more than a Mayo name. Your generosity is noted, comrade, as will your future generosity be. Lexify with the $2. You're back. Thank you. And Eli Alley with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, comrade. Fickle Paper Cat with the tier 1 sub. Blue rhymes with poo. Vote poo no matter who. Well, with the choices we have available to us this electoral season, it pretty much is that, isn't it? Dredge with the $2. Damn, those couches look like shit. With the Destiny debate, yeah. They were actually pretty comfy. Pessimist with the $5. A Voosh stream on my birthday? Hell yeah. Happy birthday, Pessimist. Happy fucking birthday, comrade. Happy to hear that you are alive and it's your birthday. Tommy1010 with a $2. Destiny looked godlike in that striker debate. So I've heard. I look forward to watching it. Motzer with a tier 1 sub. Why my sub keep ending? Please actually be recurring this time, Re. I don't know, comrade. I have no idea. Hopefully it stays recurring, but I love you either way. And Comrade Courtney with a gifted tier 1 sub. Elsa said femme lesbian rights. I hope they make a Frozen 3 and then make Elsa straight just to fuck with people. I know there are so many people out there who would be mad. It would be really fucking funny for me if Elsa ended up just the grodiest guy too. Just the grodiest fucking. Oh, did my light? Whoa! My light's flickering. Hello. Is this outlet okay? What are we doing? You good? Yo. What? Wait, no, I'm trying to fix the light. It's not baby time.
Ooh. Well,
Well,
he decided it's not baby time either.
he ran?
You want it?
No.
No.
No! Why is the light? Wait, it worked for a second. Huh.
Oh yeah, your light turned off randomly earlier.
I wonder if the outlet's being fucky.
It might just be the light.
Maybe. The light should be fine, though. Huh. Anyway, just the grodiest guy, too. You know? Like a Redditor type, you know? Like Elsa ends up going to the... Elsa leaves Anderhall and goes to the neighboring kingdom of Vingard, and there's some dude there who's like a true gentleman, you know? And just 100% commits. That'd be really funny. Ben Riley with the $5. Destiny talks about mortgages, speaks to his class blindness, and most people rent and median millennial net worth is under 9,000. Yeah, he does talk about mortgages constantly, but most people, especially younger people, with fucking mortgage? You fucking kidding me? I'm doing decent. I'm never going to have a fucking mortgage. God damn. Yeah, he is, you know, I think it's his class interest. Paul Resendez with the unbelievably generous $100 donation. Holy shit, my dude. That is so incredibly fucking kind of you. That is so unbelievably generous of you. I really appreciate it, comrade. Thank you so goddamn much. Truly, truly hitting me with the Soros subsidy on this fine day. And I really appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. Can you answer the burning question we all had since the live debate with Destiny? Is he a good power bottom? A lot of fun stuff happened during my debate with Destiny, but I am sad to say that the power bottoming never actually took place. When he first entered the studio, he had one of those Starbucks like 6-packs of hot chocolates, and you know, like the cardboard like tray thing. And I went over to him and I was like, "Hey, holy shit, dude! I finally meeting you."
Toss a coin to your streamer. Oh, viewers plenty.
Thank you. And, you know, like, because I finally see him after 10 years. And I was like, yeah, did you get those for everyone? And he was like, what? No. And I said, oh, okay. I didn't mean to assume. And he was like, what? Like you're doing now? And he kept waving his hand in front of my face like this. Later, when the reason why the stream started late was because we had actually started 6 takes before. We would get like 30 seconds into like the take, and the modern day debates guy James would be like, welcome everyone, ladies and gentlemen, to this fun. He would do like the thing, and 30 seconds in, Destiny would say, no, my hair isn't right. And he would demand that the take be stopped. and his hair didn't, and then he said, okay, I'm good, do it again, but he didn't actually touch his hair between them. He just like, he said it, but then he like left it. He did this like 2 or 3 times, which was really weird. And he kept yawning during the debate, like really loud. He would like aim his mouth down into the mic that was clipped onto his shirt too. He was very tired though. That's true, because he had recently come back from a vacation. Am I dying? Hold on. Anyway, after the debate, the really weird stuff was after the debate, because we tried to go get lunch after. We couldn't, of course, because coronavirus has shut everything down. But after the debate ended, I was like, yeah, damn, dude, that was really fun. I think that went pretty well. And then he said, yeah, pretty well for me. And I said, well, I think we both did pretty well. And he said, if you did pretty well, I would have had to use this. And he pulled out his Glock 17 from his hoodie. And he aimed it around a little bit, and he was not practicing proper trigger discipline either, because his finger was in the guard, and he pointed around a little bit, and then after like 2 or 3 seconds of swinging it around, he said, "Just kidding, dude," and then he put it in his pants, like he put the whole gun in his pants. He didn't even like put it in the waistband. He just put it in, like he opened his whole pants and he put it in his underwear. So long story short, thank you so much for the $100, Paul Resendez. I really appreciate it. Okay, all right. Okay, we're calm now. Okay. Andrew Maldonado with the $5. Because of your masculinity video, I've been able to understand more of my deep-rooted insecurities with body image and presentation. Love you, Vosh. Hey, love you too. Thank you, comrade. That's actually really nice. I'm happy to hear that. Hammer time with the $2. Birbong here. Good chance the UK is a few weeks away from collapsing. None of you Americans are taking this COVID stuff seriously enough. If you can, stay home. Oh, fuck you. You got... Fucking UK did, like, the worst in Europe, apart from Italy. Get out of here. Don't fucking... Get away with your Britbonger advice. We're doing great, okay? We're doing great. Good luck. Ducks with the $5. Welcome back, Vosh. I'm 3 months on hormones today. No better way to celebrate than by responsibly staying in and watching your stream. Yeah, I'd better see my fucking viewership grow. I want to see that viewership fucking explode in the upcoming months. Because it's going to be, whew, it's going to be, we're streaming every day, baby. We got to give everyone comfort. Comrade Courtney with the gifted tier 1 sub. Not to get parasocial, but this whole coronavirus isolation shit has really been affecting my mental health, and your stream is the only thing that brings me joy at the moment, so thank you for doing what you do, comrade. Peppo Huck. Oh, Comrade Courtney. That's really sweet of you, comrade. I'm delighted to hear that. I am delighted to say that, you know, I mean, it does the same thing for me, basically. I mean, it's my job to stream, of course, but I get a lot of social sort of pleasure out of being able to stream. So, you know, it's reciprocal to an extent. Liberelli with the incredibly generous tier 3 sub. Thank you so much, comrade. Comrades, remember to work out. How many push-ups did you do today? How many sit-ups? I can bet you most neo-Nazis went to the gym this week. Good. You can get the fucking corona. Drink water, get enough sleep, eat vegetables. This is parents' advice, but these are the absolute fundamentals. I mean, that's true. At least drink enough water, guys. Please, God, drink enough water, okay? Please make sure to drink enough water. And remember, you can go on walks. There's nothing wrong with going on walks. Just stay 6 feet away from people. You know, you're not gonna get corona just from like walking in an empty field. You know. Ugh. I've got the sniffles, but I know that's not a symptom of corona, so I'm fine. Ghost of FDR with a gifted tier 1 sub to iDementia. Thank you, comrade. And Jackapack LP with $5. There's a debate tournament at Finbull's server. Would make a quality stream. Also, great job with Destiny. Was glad to get the last question. Love you, bud. Yeah, I was happy to hear your donation there as well. I don't know if I want to do a fucking debate tournament at the moment, though. What would it be? Just like tanky shit? Tommy 1010 with $2. Striker went on a rant about you during the debate. Did he? About what? What was it? Was it like, and all these fake rad libs? What was it? Who said? Was it the Sargon argument? Who say they care about the proletariat, but then they advocate for immigration, which decreases the average wages of high school dropouts by 0.94%. It was the Sargon argument. This is the. I knew it. I know. There's like 2 or 3. It was exactly that. God, I'm so fucking big brain, dude. Oh god, this is why I don't waste my time. Guys, I'm serious. Who here saw the fucking who here saw the Ethan Ralph debate? There's no need to debate these people. These people are fucking stupid. They're so dumb. All the Nazis. There are no smart Nazis. They're not. They're not. Stryker is a fucking Nazbol. If nothing else, he should be able to argue leftist economics, and he lost to Destiny. He lost on everything. These are Stryker is supposed to be like the big brain, like the ultimate logician who can take down any interloper. But the dude is fucking 80 IQ, just like the rest of them. He literally the Sargon argument, dude. Literally the fucking Sargon argument. But he said he wasn't a Nazi? Oh, true, there is that. Comrade Courtney with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you for your continued generosity. Would you be able to go further into what class reductionism is and how to spot it for those of us such as myself who are fairly new to leftism and haven't interacted with many Strasserites, Nazbols, Tankies, etc.? Thanks, comrade. Yeah, absolutely. So class reductionism is a reactionary form of thought that essentially delegitimizes the need to fight for individual rights of minorities by saying that those rights are folded into economic conquest. So it would be saying something along the lines of, why do we need to bother with trans rights, dude? This is some divisive issue that's only going to alienate the working class. What we need to do is we need to focus on the proletarian revolution, and then after that, everyone will be equal anyway, so we won't need to argue for trans rights. That's essentially what class reductionism is. Generally, class reductionists are deliberate reactionaries who are just trying to couch their reactionary views in so-called lefty economics, but some of them are genuinely good people who just happen to falsely believe that that class on its own, if fought for, can elevate the minority. Somniostatic with the incredibly kind $25. Thank you so much, comrade. I think people give Kyle Kulinski and Cenk Uygur too much shit. They are centristy in some ways by today's standards, but they started what we now call the online left. They are dishonest. Like I said, I've always said this. Sometimes the way Kyle Kulinski frames arguments makes me uncomfortable. Who cares? Kyle Kulinski and Cenk, I don't know much about Cenk, have done immeasurable good for the public discourse. I'm not going to criticize their value to the left. I'm not going to. Whether or not they're dishonest, or sometimes they're just a little bit fiery, or maybe a little bit careless. I'm speaking mostly about Kyle here again. I don't know much about Cenk. I just don't care. They do a lot of good. If I ever see something that I think really warrants criticism, I will criticize it. Generally speaking, though, I just have positive feelings about these people. You know? Kyle's a socialist. I think Kyle's a SOCDEM, not a socialist. What about Kyle Kulinski's history of denying the Syrian gas attacks? Without any personal knowledge of it, I'm not really sure. I would have to look into it before I could really condemn it. Oh, I didn't show you guys earlier, by the way, but look. Look, I did a little Warhammer 40k. Look, the Dune Crawler, see? Trying to get back into model making. Not going to be able to go outside much. Beep. What color are you going to paint it? This is my first painting job in years. I'm probably just going to stick with red. You know, keep it nice and simple. And it's not quite done yet, but Vermin is making a Warhammer Age of Sigmar model. It's like the fire lizards. Not done quite yet, but... Ben Riley with the $10. Thank you. Kyle's argument, they lacked insurance so he couldn't afford to go. Kyle is a libertarian leftist appealing to emotion. Isn't necessarily a bad argument, but lesser of two evils is a fallacy. Lesser of two evils isn't a fallacy. A fallacy is when you engage in like a means of like a logical assertion that doesn't necessarily follow. Lesser of two evil is just a thing. It's not like a logical argument. It's you can do it or you don't do it, but it's not saying that always voting for the lesser of two evils is preferable is probably fallacious, but it's not a fallacy. So it would be wrong, not fallacious. Appealing to emotion, I mean, it can be a good argument in terms of effectiveness, but not in terms of making me happy. Sake Tanuki with the $5. Thank you! And Somnio Static with the $5. I was the guy that dono during the Destiny debate about IRL people being Bernie or bust. There really are tons of people who think the DNC won't fix anything and are Bernie or bust because he's continued the only candidate that represents their interests. I don't agree with Bernie or bust, but I hate how Destiny acts like it's a white privilege thing. Yeah, I want to talk about that specifically when I go over the debate, which I'm going to be doing next. Sociable, which I will, trust me. We'll fold that one into the next topic. Sociable G with the $5 was Bernie or bust in 2016. First time I could vote for president. As someone who's done it before, it's not worth it. Suck up your pride and start riding with Biden. Hey, listen, I'm riding with Biden already, okay? The memes from riding with Biden are fucking spectacular. We are getting so much generosity today. Holy shit. All of the, you know, you can't even open PDF. Say, Jack. You know, corn pop. Like, there's so much good stuff there. Case Plays Games, the $2. Have you read Why the Last Man? No, I have not, but I've heard mixed things. Case Plays Games, the $2. Have you read Invincible or Fables? I have read Fables. Fables is Zionist propaganda, by the way. I'm calling it out here. I'm calling it out here. Fables is Zionist propaganda. I'm not giving in. Fables is a story where, like, what if all fairy tales were true and they all lived like somewhere in New York? No, it actually is Zionist propaganda. Is the Sandman based? Yeah, totally. Fables? Nah, dude, there's a segment in Fable. It's like some weird shit. I don't remember exactly because I haven't read it in a while, but there's a storyline where like a bunch of fairy tales, like Cinderella and the Big Bad Wolf, and just like all the fairy tale stuff, have to like reconquer their old home in like Fairytopia or something, but they've been living diaspora. They've been living diaspora in like New York City, and then they come back and they're like, all right, this will be just like the Jews reclaiming their ancestral homeland, their just war to reclaim their ancestral homeland in the Holy Land, you know, from the despicable invaders who have taken their place. We will now, and then it's like 8 consecutive pages of them jerking off the U.S. military or something. Listen, I haven't read it in ages. Okay, I'd have to go over. It's pretty blatant though, and I'm pretty sure the writers explicitly said that it was inspired by Israel. Paul Resendes, you are being fucking ridiculously generous today, my man. With a tier 4 subscription, thank you so fucking much. Molyneux, hey socialist man bun, why don't you like unjust hierarchies? Why do you have different tier subscriptions on your channel? Why not have one tier so everyone is equal? Hypocritical socialist man bun owned. Please join my cult of magical capitalists. God, that dude is fucking crazy. Cringy. True though, very true. I did actually originally believe that we should only have one sub-tier. It was actually just because White Nervosa implemented the 4 tiers that I stuck with it. But now that I'm like able to afford my rent, my principles have... I'm not joking, guys. My principles have compromised a little bit. Originally, it was just going to be like, okay, donate money if you want, but there will be no privileges. But now, fuck you guys. You get prettier name colors if you give me more money, okay? My man, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, baby. Get these principles out of here, okay? Yeah, money corrupted real fast that time. And Somnio Static with the $5, 3.14 out of 5. You spent the debate basically trying to escape Destiny on leftism, and I thought it was a really good discussion. I'm glad you didn't go aggressive, and I think it'll bring people over. That's what I want to talk about. All right, are you fucking ready, folks? Hold on. You guys are mean, you know that? I've got the sniffles. I've probably got a cold or something. You know what? In the future, we're just gonna... This what you want? All right, fine. From now on, we're doing this. We're doing this, okay? That's what we're doing from now on. Sure. The Chad, yes. Okay. Folks. I memed about it a little bit earlier, but I don't know if you guys... Oh, new philosophy tube video. I haven't watched this one. Guess it came out while I was on vacation. I debated Destiny. Live in Los Angeles. Dude, check out my intro.
Destiny in person.
Look at this. Look at this video quality. I'd like to give a huge shout out to Shoe on Head for lending us her cam for the shooting of this video. Some 12 FPS, you know, 480p. Really quality stuff here. Destiny really does not look like he wants to be here. I don't know if he does. He's a pretty inscrutable guy, you know. Doesn't exactly wear his his feelings on his sleeve, I don't think. It was weird. I want to talk about this really quick because I thought maybe about doing a rhetoric stream for this, but I decided not to. I would rather just talk about the experience, I suppose. So, essentially what happened is this. Okay, let's lead into it. Let's lead into it, okay? So, I've been a fan of Destiny for like a decade, and I've argued with him plenty of times. This time I got to meet him for the first time. He looks exactly the same in real life. I guess that's what good cameras will do for you, you know, very reflective. And we went in there. And initially, this debate had been scheduled for a while, like months in advance, before coronavirus. And in between us scheduling it and us debating in person, we had 2 online debates. The first of which, as you probably all know, was the shouty. He came in really mad at me while I was covering a video of his. And the second one was like a 3-hour, you know, long form conversation on socialism and blah, blah. And I think it took a lot of the pressure out of the gasket, you know what I mean? I think that it calmed things down a lot because this was actually a super civil debate. It was so civil, in fact, that I saw a lot of people claim it was boring. Now, I'm not here to say, you know, whether or not you guys should find this or that interesting. You can find whatever you like interesting. However, I'm actually really happy with how the discussion came along. It's unfortunate that the discussion had to be immortalized with relatively low video and audio quality. There were some technical setup issues beforehand that were it wasn't anyone's fault. It's just, you know, it was difficult, whatever. But I am really happy with how the conversation came out. So it was a free-form discussion that lasted, I think, like an hour, 45 minutes. And here's my goal, okay, coming into this, all right? Here's my very important goal, all right? I've had plenty of debates with Destiny, and Destiny has had plenty of debates with leftists. While I do think that I can argue my points better than almost all online lefties can argue their points, while I do generally believe, you know, that I deliver my arguments very well, there's still no denying that he's probably heard more or less everything that I have to say before. That's not a condemnation of my arguments. It just means we've been doing this for a while. So, what is Destiny acting like coming into this? My thought was that Destiny is generally a good faith arguer who lately has been acting in bad faith because he's become extremely disillusioned with the political efficacy and with the interests of online leftists. He thinks that he's regressed sort of into like some sort of like policy wonk enlightened centrism where it's impossible to challenge any of the institutions in which we live and nothing can ever be better than what is already the case and so on and so forth. This is a really difficult position to argue people out of because you need a fundamental distrust of institutions along with a belief that institutions can be changed aggressively in order to be a populist. And I argue fundamentally from a position of populism. I do believe that I hate the term, but I'll say it, will of the people is being abused and misdirected due to, the manufactured consent of our broader industries, our media, our politicians, that they work sometimes deliberately and sometimes inadvertently to move public opinion in a direction that is serviceable to their interests. The easiest example of this is there's no such thing as will of the people. No, there isn't. But you can say it's an interest of the people, or you can say it's what the best interest of the people is. Of course, the Marxist term would be the class consciousness of the people, which is a thing. But yeah, the easiest example of this is global warming, right? What are all the countries that have big debates in global warming? They're all countries where Murdoch controls at least a pretty significant chunk of the media. Murdoch, everyone's favorite Australian, hell man, Satan boy. We got America, we got the UK, we got Australia. Murdoch is an oligarch who has a huge amount of influence over media, and it's those media outlets that push propaganda about how climate change is all fake, and it's all people trying to make money from the government to reaffirm the statistical majority opinion, like people are getting huge grants for determining climate change is real. The UK press is really bad. You think American press is bad. Sometimes the UK press, not, more of the tabloid-esque press, it gets really bad. Whatever the case is, this is an example of manufacturing consent. Noam Chomsky's book in it, I would consider to be essential reading for any leftist. I know, I don't read, but that's actually a book I have read, and I'm glad that I did because, oh boy! Vosh, do you believe you're actively hurting the left by refusing to read theory and misrepresenting socialism? Kalux98, your reckoning has come. I have not misrepresented any of the ideas you suggest I have, and your constant fucking tanky argument baiting in Twitter, you have finally come. It is finally time. Now you are going to reap what you have sown, my friend. Because the anti-tanky arc never ended. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. So this person has been like responding to every tweet of mine with like, now that you're done with your anti-Nazi arc, how about you debate some real socialists? Like that kind of stuff. They're a tanky. Get him out of here. The anti-tanky arc ain't never gonna die, folks. I've never misrepresented socialism or communism in my life. People who don't understand theory will frequently accuse me of not having read theory. I guarantee you that the people who accuse me of such, 98% of them will get blown the fuck out in any kind of substantive theory argument. I have always performed well in theory. I did well in theory throughout all of my schooling, and all of the stuff that I do here on my stream has been pretty fundamentally informed, I would like to think, by a pretty good foundational understanding of the principles of socialism, communism, anarchism. And while I do sometimes get things incorrect, as everyone does, I do always make an effort to ameliorate those mistakes. But people who come in, they're like, you don't know any tanky. Like, no, get them out of here. But anyway. Oh yeah, our communism and our socialism are horrible subreddits that you should never, ever, ever go to learn anything about. I read a lot of theory, Vosh. You're actually the most informed streamer I've seen. Thank you, Pow Pow Draft. It's a form of gatekeeping. It's social capital. It's just a way of, rather than actually addressing my arguments or trying to come up with arguments of their own, they can just accuse you of not having read theory, and that compensates for their inability to actually challenge the things you have to say. Whatever their arguments may be, the point that I'm trying to make here is that Destiny is arguing from a position of very, very grounded institutional trust, which is a difficult position to argue a person out of, because I feel like people like Destiny are emotionally committed to opposing populism. So we get to the debate, right? And this debate was really, really civil. I mean, really, really civil. And I think I did great, because my goal during this debate, my ultimate goal, is to come off as a strong populist force that reaffirms the necessity of populism, not just to argue for good policies, but to say, no, there is value in the opposition to the state, into the opposition of the system. There is value in anger. There is value in radicalization. There is value in fire. There is value in blood. Essentially, that politics is about power, and power does not begin and end at the lines that are drawn by your establishment overlords. Simple stuff, right? Simple stuff for us, at least. And I think I did a great job. There were some positions I was able to get him to move back on. For example, before, he was always talking about how populist leftists are cancer, and how populist leftists are populism is a cancer, and so on and so forth, which I strongly disagree with. And in this argument, I got him to acknowledge that people like me and Kyle Kulinski and other people who stoke fervor are very, very important. That people like AOC and Bernie Sanders are important outside of their political, out of their electoral relevance, because they're able to inspire people and push anti-establishment sentiment in a way that gets political ground moving. I was able to get him over in a lot of these positions, and I was really, really, really happy about that, because I don't think he offered many substantive counter-arguments in those respects. Likewise, I said, hey man, populist fervor was what got everything good done, everything good, in American history. Abolitionism, the suffragette movement, the civil rights movement, the gay rights movement, these weren't pushed by people steadily moving through electoral means. These were pushed by people rabidly, fanatically pushing their politics as aggressively as possible, calling the people who didn't support their policies scumfucks, and eventually getting it through because they had enough social power to do so. And Destiny responded by saying, well, maybe that's good to do when it's easy topics like abolitionism or women's rights or gay rights, but I feel like it's harder today. And I feel like I got him with that, because that is a very ahistorical argument. Very, very ahistorical. Abolitionism was not an easy topic back in its day. It was debated for decades, non-stop, sometimes violently. It was a very, very tough issue with a lot of shades of gray, because even a lot of abolitionists back then thought that blacks were subhuman. So, what do you do with them? Do you give government stipends? What level of reparations do you go for? How do you free these people? There was a huge amount of nuance behind it. But populism won the day anyway, at least in building the public support before the Civil War. Likewise, with the fucking gay rights movement, with the civil rights movement, these are not... Gay marriage was legalized nationwide in 2015. You think the gay rights movement back during the 1980s was an easy question? You think the civil rights movement, when they were fighting against being literal second-class citizens, was an easy question? God, no. They're easy because we have the benefit of hindsight. But if we look, at these events back in their historical context, these were actually incredibly difficult subjects. But populism won them out anyway. Rabid, fanatical pushing for your belief, operating outside of the system, denouncing people, decrying people, being angry, being aggressive, sometimes saying stuff that's not perfectly rational or perfectly backed, in the epistemic logic of the framework of policies that we already have. You go hard, and it works. And I think that in 100 years or 200 or however long it's going to take for us to get over our capitalism phase, we are one day going to look back and say the same thing about the political question of whether or not we should have entrusted essentially all of our political and economic power in the hands of a fraction of a percentage point of the population. Maybe it wasn't a great idea to design a system where an incredibly small number of people with a different set of interests from the regular people have a disproportionate amount of power in influencing what the government does. Possibly. I think that in the future, this is going to be an easy one. Same with veganism, by the way. Probably in 100 years, what? People used to eat meat? Slaughter animals by the billions just because the food tasted better? Wait, people really did that? Well, no, at the time, it's actually a pretty nuanced discussion. And I don't think he offered a substantive challenge to this. In fact, I think he acquiesced on his point. This is what I cared about most. I want to emphasize the importance of populism, emphasize the importance of fanaticism, emphasize the importance activism, real activism, you know? And I think I was able to do that. And I think that he acquiesced to those points. I didn't get through everything that I wanted to, obviously. I still do believe that the implementation of worker co-ops would lead to a lot less industry abuse, because no longer would be a separate group of people in power with a separate set of class interests as there are now in a worker co-op society. Even though the oil industry would still be interested in promoting the interests of the oil industry, the oil industry would no longer be interested in promoting the interests of just the bourgeois who own the oil industry. It's very different, but I think that's more of a wedge argument. Just getting him in on populism, I think, is an important ground tool. What's unfortunate, though, is that in Destiny's most recent YouTube video, or, well, he uploads frequently. Maybe it's not that. No, it's not the most recent. This debating Pixie about her tweets, he talked, man, I don't know if this was him being tired or cowardly or whatever, but in this one, he said all populism is cancer, and most socialists have rejected identity politics to become class reductionists, which is just not fucking true. And this was recorded after our debate. This was recorded on the 18th. We had our debate on the 17th. Pixie's just some Twitch streamer, I don't know. Some lefty, I think. But he didn't bring this up with me, but then he brings it up like in the next video that he does on literally the next day. What the fuck? Which means that either his opinion changed from the 17th to the 18th, which seems unlikely to me, he didn't bring it up around me because it wasn't a subject he wanted to discuss, or he's deliberately sort of kowtowing to me in person. Because this shit, like all socialism, this class reductionist, or whatever the fuck, you can watch the video. It's a 47-minute video. I'm not gonna find the little segment to point it out. But yeah, like this idea that most lefties are class reductionists, if that's the case, then why is almost every lefty space online also aggressively pro-trans, or anti-racism, anti-sexism? He said that socialists don't care about Trump being racist to Mexicans because Obama did it too, and that means they don't care about it because it's not a class issue. I'm not joking. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but he actually said that. He actually said, like, that's why you find socialists don't care about the way Trump treats the immigrants at the border. What? So, I mean, I'm sorry. I hate to do it. I hate to despoil an otherwise good conversation, but this feels like bad faith to me. This feels like, like we talked, and then he would just like around me he'll be, you know, like, oh yeah, socialists are provide valuable contributions to public discourse, and then he'll go back onto his stream and he'll talk about how they're all class reductionists. And that to me is pretty cringe. I don't know, it's pretty disappointing. You're mischaracterizing him, though. He specifically said lefties who weren't concerned with identity politics would be susceptible to class reductionism. No, but even that, for one, no, he specifically said most socialists, or a lot of socialists, or this is what socialists are like. He was pretty specifically decrying the character of socialists in general. For two, Kyle Kulinski and Hassan are both progressives. They are not unconcerned with identity politics. They're unconcerned with liberal identity politics. When lefties say they don't like liberal identity politics, what they're saying is they don't like shallow, flaccid attempts at addressing power structures by integrating minorities into existing systems of oppression. That is liberal identity politics right there. Liberal identity politics is more female drone pilots. Liberal identity politics is not caring when Obama deports 3 million illegals, but caring when Trump promises to do the same because he's not a suave and black when he does it. Liberal identity politics is a fucking cancer because it distances us from actual intersectional analysis and actively contributes to the harm of minorities by emphasizing, for example, the promotion of more black entrepreneurs, but completely ignoring the like systemic institutional wage and wealth discrepancies between black and white families, you know? Liberal identity politics is like those anti-homeless, you know that picture? The anti-homeless rock that was painted a rainbow? Like there's a little nook in a building where a homeless person could sleep and they put a big rock there so no one can sleep there, and then they paint it rainbow. So so it's like gay rights, but they're also keeping a human being from being able to sleep outside of the rain. You know what I mean? He never called socialism cancer. He said populism was brain rot. Yeah, that's what I said. I didn't say he called socialism cancer. I said he called populism cancer. He says he sees Hassan and Kalinsky as populists because their perspective of not voting blue. I'm critical of Hassan and Kalinsky for their Bernie or bust sentiment, but being populist isn't the same as being Bernie or bust. And again, like, still, populism is not brain rot. He agreed with me in our debate in person that populism serves a very, very, very valuable function in political discourse. So whatever the case is, I don't know why he would like not go in on those positions with me, or why he would back off of them. But then when he gets back to the comfort and safety of his stream, he goes back to making incredibly dumb fuck like reductive comments on the character of socialists and so on and so forth. But with all of that being said, I still accomplished my goals in the conversation, which I'm happy with. I think I came off as being able to present populist rigor in a way that is very, very sound and very foundational, in such a way as to make it difficult to characterize me as someone who like doesn't give a shit about the intricacies of politics. He was also pretty friendly in person. He gave me a hug. I was cleaning my hands with like a hand sanitizer, and he gave me a hug from the side. That was cute. I didn't expect it, you know? I was like, and then he got me, you know? Did the hug feel good? I mean, about as good as hugs typically feel. That's how you got the flu? Yeah. Yeah, you're all free to write fanfic if you want. What else happened off camera? I'm really sorry to disappoint you guys, but I'm afraid that Destiny and I kept our genitals in our pants. Oh, what Hyena, my girlfriend, said. Hyena said that he did the booby bounce. He did the booby bounce hug. You know what I mean? Where like he hugs my big booby girlfriend, and then he like squeezes her so the boobies bounce against his chest. You know what I mean? Like that, like and boing. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about, right? It's a classic move. You know what I'm talking about, right? I can't blame him, by the way. She's so squishy. That's a thing? What? It's you hug a person, but it's like squish, you know? Yeah, they don't know the intricacies of hugging huge tits. Yeah, I'm a cuck. I should have, the moment I saw the titties bounce, I should have jumped in, you know, like slid in between. Very squishy. Hold on, I'm gonna use the restroom really quick, and then I'm gonna go over some more donations, and then we have got a wide range of stuff that we can talk about. Okay, wide range, folks. Wide, big, huge range, huge. Okay. Actually, I'll leave the mic on. What's gonna happen, huh? What's gonna happen? What you gonna do? Yo. How dare you guys? Are you fucking kidding me? All of this dog posting? Do you have any idea what happened recently? Do you have any fucking idea? Fucking Hassan's dog died, you insensitive pieces of shit. What, are you all making fun of him? You motherfuckers. Hassan and his beautiful... Can I get a picture? Hassan and his beautiful, enormous dog. Baby. How fucking dare you guys? What is wrong with you? Guccian shut her Twitter down? Oh. What happened with Guccian? Why? Does anyone know what's up with Guccian? Why? I don't see how Guccian's Twitter is shut down. She just said she's going to log off for the night last night. Guccian got harassed by tankies. Okay, listen. This may come off as unsympathetic, but I'm just going to say it, okay? Listen. Are you fucking ready? Wait. Wait, that's a 40k sprue. There you go. Are you fucking ready? If Guccian wants to cover drama, which she does, then Guccian needs to have a way the fuck thicker skin, and she can't keep doing this shit where she gets in online arguments with people and then freaks out when people get upset with her. She did this with tankies, she's done this with radlibs, she's done this with woke scolds, she's done this with people who don't like me, which are also woke scolds and radlibs. This is not, okay, listen, I'm not trying to be cynical here. This is not a large enough size to be having your fucking mental health be tanked by engagements with these groups, okay? I made the same mistake. You have to not fucking engage with these people. Just don't. If people fucking are being shitty online, just don't fucking respond. Just ignore them. You're a content creator. You're a real human being. People who respond are subhumans. Just don't respond to them. Now when I make tweets and people disagree with me, I just don't care. I don't even block them. Why should I fucking care? Shut the fuck up, Guccian is my gal pal. She can be your gal pal. I'm just saying, this is what it takes to... If you want to do drama content, then you have to be able to... Do you mute them? No, I don't care. I literally don't care what people say on Twitter unless there's somebody I already know and whose opinion I care about. I'm just saying, like, she needs to... This is not a healthy way to engage in the discourse. I don't know, seems hard. I don't think everyone can do that. Then don't do drama content. Then don't do drama content then. Just do like whatever little breadtube videos you want to do. Flavier, you know I care. Being rude to Guccian? How is this me being rude? Whatever. All right. That's my advice. Courtney Cole with a gifted tier 1 sum. Here's a cute picture. Also thoughts on Tulsi endorsing Biden. Oh, this is a cute picture.
Oh, never mind. You saved
picture.
it.
Damn, you weren't lying. Baby. Also thoughts on Tulsi endorsing Biden. What's playing noise?
Wow, you gave up, dude. You got destroyed in that debate, dude.
Ah. Somebody linked me a Hassan clip. You just noticed? I don't have earbuds in. What do you want from me? Fuck you. Rip fish. I heard that, I heard apparently Tulsi's sisters say that Bernie Sanders rejected their endorsement or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. I don't really know. Whether or not Bernie Sanders rejected the endorsement, I don't really care. Tulsi wasn't exactly a big power player in this. Sake Tanuki with the $5. I don't expect the DNC to change. I don't expect them to reform. I expect the DNC party to die, clutching to their pearls in the best seats of the Titanic. Well, that's a dream as long as we can replace them with something quickly. Pessimist with the $5. Comics have always been cringe. Let's not forget they have comic characters like Black Manta, Jailbait, or yes, even this one, Black Panther. This isn't a new thing. Black Panther is fine because a Black Panther is a type of panther, I think, right? Jailbait? Is it just like a dude who imprisons people, or is it... This is from a comic series called Incorruptible. Max suddenly reappears and subdues them for arrest. Max returns to his base and destroys all of his possessions and money he stole and refuses to have sex with his underage lover, Jailbait. So wait, they literally just named her Jailbait because she's Jailbait. That's it? Like this girl was choosing her superhero name and she was like, I'm underage and want to fuck older men. I'm Jailbait? What? How bad is the costume? She just looks like a regular superhero girl. But this girl's supposed to be underage? This looks boring. Well, duly noted. The cosign with the 5 Canadian. Fun fact, the artist who made this is actually queer. Absolute embarrassment. Yeah, I don't feel like they made it from a place of bad faith. I just think they did it a horrible fucking job. Wonderful, wonderful with the $2. Superman Red Sun, let's go. Red Sun's pretty good, but it is very enlightened centristy. Kevin McAlvin with the $2. Bomba from Sri Lanka. Is that a real thing? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Jade Monkey with the tier 1 sub. Just got my taxes filed and thought of the best streamer to spend it on. Glad you had an enjoyable trip. Thank you, comrade. Goddamn right. I still need to file my taxes. I'm still waiting for my accountant to get back to me. JBZO2 with $5 thought Marvel was going to release another a Cosmic Ghost Rider comic. Not this shit. What the fuck am I looking at? I'm glad you also appreciate its virtues, comrade. Sake Tanuki with the $5. After Castlevania and Netflix, the bar for vampires, animated or otherwise, has skyrocketed. This Hot Topic / Spencer shit won't fly. Well, unironically, dude, the Gods, okay, you want to hear some real ass shit? Are you fucking ready? Okay? You're not ready, but I'm going to share it with you anyway. Vampires are and always have been most interesting in their traditional form. Aristocratic, large, gaunt, pale aristocrats who are sheltered and live in giant castles and think of humans as subhuman and feed on them. Not some weird, edgy, emo shit. Some deeply aristocratic stuff. No, that's boring. Nah, fuck you. The point of vampires were supposed to be that they were a dark parody of the aristocracy. That's where they originally came from. You know that, right? They live in castles. They're hyper wealthy. The reason they don't come out during the day is because, like aristocrats, they don't do work in the fields. The serfs were the one. Back in those days, it was considered attractive to be pale because it meant you didn't have to do manual labor. They're an allegory for the bourgeoisie, essentially. They didn't have to do manual labor, so they were super pale. The reason why they couldn't enter your house without permission was because they were they were adherent to the incredibly restrictive and antiquated like mannerisms of the aristocracy, you know? Vampires have always been coolest when they adhere to these older tropes, because now what the fuck is a vampire? Now a vampire is just like an edgy I'm sorry, I know you guys like the World of Darkness series or whatever, but I am not. The Masquerade, yeah, but I'm not a fan personally, except for when they're corporate conglomerate vampires, you know? But if a vampire is just like any old dude, but they drink blood, like what the fuck is the fun of that? That's, wow, cool. So vampires are just regular people, except they go out at night and they're just normal people, and maybe they're a little bit stronger. Wow, super cool. Yeah, the blood sucking is literally a representation of how these people extract the labor and the wealth and the everything from the people underneath them. And like the aristocrats of the olden era, these people too thought of humans, or regular humans, as subhuman, of lesser people. Whatever. Okay, you guys aren't ready. Whatever. You all fucking suck. Tattoo Jew Boy with the $10. Thank you. I understand disgust for Biden, but having him in office allows the left to build on what Bernie started while distinguishing from libs. Trump continues the conflation of lib left and also the rise of the alt-right. That's actually a fairly good point. I think the alt-right will rise one way or another, but I do believe that the Biden in office will allow for a greater distinction between the libs and the leftists, even as we aren't like in an electoral season. I think that's a good argument. And I haven't heard that one before either. Thank you for sharing it with me. Yeah, if Biden wins. Saki Tanuki with the $5. Still waiting for the Femoid comic. I thought the whole point of the X-Men was that mutants were an allegory for the LGBTQ community. Yeah, originally that was the case, yeah. Well, no, originally it was the Civil Rights Act, but then it was like the LGBTQ. They're always like the subjugated minority that's an allegory for whatever. Next there'll be trans people, I don't know. I forgot to turn the cam thing off. The Chaos card, the $5. Why do these inclusivity mediums go back to stereotypes and caricatures of progressive representation? Is it just hackery and a lack of talent? I think it's the same reason that pride parades sometimes have a bunch of gay dudes walking around with like dildo leotards, you know? I think some people they like out and proud to them as being like as blatant and stereotyped as possible. Ben Riley with the incredibly kind $10 from Ohio. To me, voting equals First Amendment equals I can choose silence or say whatever I damn well please. The two-party false dichotomy equals iterated prisoner's dilemma. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, Ben Riley, but I appreciate your gumption. If you want to email me and follow up on that slightly, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by to me voting equals First Amendment. I choose silence or say whatever I please. Is this an advocacy for not voting for Biden? Listen, I'm not entirely sure. Whatever the case is, I love you, comrade. And true. The right to abstain from voting. Well, of course you have the legal right. Title Punk Roller Girl with the $5. Yeah. Jackal and I finally moved in together. Things have been a bit hectic with the shutdowns, but I absolutely love this doofus, and there's nobody I'd rather be sheltered in place with. That's sweet. I'm glad that y'all are shacked up. And Triana with the tier 1 sub. If the entire description was B negative is the goth kid, it would have been a cooler character. Like he doesn't even have powers, he's just LARPing as a vampire, but his foes don't know that. That would be funny. That would be some like Saitama-esque shit, you know? Where like the constant misappropriation of the enemy's power. That'd be like King, you know, from One Punch Man. Sake Tanuki with the $5. Thank you, comrade. What is this? Allen is a never Trump Republican, Bloomberg style Democrat, contributed 100,000 RNC National. Who's Allen? Herbert Allen Jr. contributed 100,000 to Unite Bernie Sanders. This is a whole goddamn thread. You think I can look at this right now? I don't know how to read. Here, listen, I'll tuck this away into my to-read list, okay? I'll add that to the tabs. The Chaos card, the $2. Thoughts on Alan Moore's work? Alan Moore has a phenomenal library of work, comrade. Really good stuff. Sean Walden with the $2. Arm the oppressed, rise against tyranny. True! A dirty banana with the $5. Destiny be like Kyle Kalinski's bad takes equals bad person. I agree that writing for the New Warrior seems cringe. Internet gas. But I find it funny people who don't give a shit about comics go off about it. Oh yeah, just like how people who don't give a fuck about women's sports are suddenly super concerned with the effect trans women will have on it, you know? It's very predictable. Irish Ladya with the $2. You fools. The quartering isn't the alt Vosh, it is I, Irish Ladya. I will see you in the void, brother, for our mortal throwdown. Just you wait, comrade, okay? I'm going to be exercising. I'll be ready for you. Red Eye Sam with the $5. Dude, if I was a superhero, I'd probably just end up being like an Uber Stalin, just stating the facts. Thank you for your honesty, comrade. I think a lot of people here would end up being like that. Posadish John with the $2. Help me, Vosh. I can't breathe. I breathe my grandfather's internet gas. Help. The real joke there is that any person who's old enough to be a grandpa would be able to invent something like internet gas. That is some 14-year-old like high school project accident shit right there. Grandfather. Fuck off. A dirty banana with the $5. Supporting content creators during virus equals praxis. Liking all of Vosh's YouTube vids equals praxis. Who knew you could commit praxis from the basement? It's surprisingly easy. In fact, all of you can commit praxis right now by liking this very stream. It increases its discoverability tremendously. Thank you. Wonderful, wonderful with the $5. If you're an anarchist, then can having a gun cause hierarchy? How can guns operate in anarchist society? This has to do with the distribution of power. Well, having a gun doesn't free you from the ability to be subjected to the will of others. It doesn't free you from like the confines of society. Also, you would want everyone to have a gun. Obviously, I wouldn't be in favor of any sort of militancy if only like middle class or higher people could afford guns. The idea would be that everyone can. As it stands, guns aren't particularly expensive, nor is ammunition, at least not here in the United States. I don't think that class divides are super substantial when it comes to the ability to own a firearm, especially if you're doing like illegal straw purchases or whatever. Marcus Seren with the 59 Kronar. Speaking of people with superpowers, have you seen I Am Not Okay With This? I am afraid I have not, comrade. I'm afraid I have not. Sophia46, link the video. I can give it a look. Wonderful, wonderful with the $2. Was Trump shutting down the border a good choice? You mean like the Mexican-Canadian? Or like with the Europe? What border? Probably... If there's ever a good time to introduce limitations to immigration, now would definitely be it. Somebody has linked a video of me being debunked. Oh, this fucking guy. This is an old video. Comrade Danky Kang. This dude's a fucking lunatic. This guy is like the king of the tankies. Like I was playing Sekiro and he called in one time and he was a total fucking baby. Like, it's so funny. He kept shit talking me in chat and then I brought him into call one time and he was the biggest bitch in call. The Sekiro VOD is still out there somewhere. He was just a meek, passive little baby boy. Where he was like, I don't think you read theory. And I was like, well, do you have any substantive criticisms of my positions? And he was like, well, I mean, don't think this is good. And I was like, well, here, let me elaborate on my position. And he was like, oh, okay. And then he got off and made like 1 million threads on Reddit about how I'm actually a liberal, and then made a bunch of videos. How many videos did he make on me?
What's up, Dang?
Vosh, the ultimate grifter and a phony leftist. Daddy Vosh noticed me, ooh-woo. We're gonna chat on stream. This is before we chatted. And then after we chatted, Vosh is a coward who won't debate real tankies. Vosh is a reactionary clown, a defensive tanky. This is like he's like a crazy dude. Oh, here's part 2. He did a two-parter. Vosh is a reactionary clown. This is what a Vosh fan looks like. This is what you guys look like. You look like this, apparently. It's just him going over like a Reddit thread. I have no idea. This guy is fucking crazy. Oh, wait. I go onto Vosh's Sekiro stream. That's his most recent video. Yeah, I was fighting the fire demon.
Alright, guys, so...
And that's some audio quality.
Oh god. Okay, I gotta pay a little bit more attention. So, what does it mean to build social? Not just because of our military power, though that is absolutely a factor. A lot of that is also because America has a pretty strong civil society that allows us to resist attempts to seize power from within.
He acts as if the USSR was this place devoid of democracy. This dude's fucking crazy. Brandy Buck with the $5. Have you heard of the Agamemnon contingency from Batman? It's literally a series of recordings from Batman describing how to defeat each and every one of the Justice League members in case anything go rogue. Yes, I'm familiar. That's one of the most popular fucking stories in DC canon. Of course, I'm familiar with that story. It's been redone several times too. It was turned into an animated thing as well, and I'm pretty sure a version of it was part of the like animated Justice League series, or like they interpreted it, you know, into something amicable to, or something that would fit. I'm very familiar. I don't know if I pronounced that right, though. The Thing 75 with the $5. In the current X-Men comics, all the mutants in the world create an independent country for themselves and declare themselves gods. It's actually pretty cool and thoughtful. I don't know if declaring yourself a god is based or not, but probably leaning against that on that one. A Dirty Banana with the $5. If a racist becomes a superhero, could they learn to not be racist with their power? Also, aren't powers just exaggerations of human traits? Well, powers can be fucking anything. It's not like humans have an ability to turn ourselves invisible that a power is an exaggeration of. But yeah, power differentials can lead to problems. I don't know what you mean by learn to not be racist with their power. Anyone can learn to not be racist. That doesn't mean it happens, though. I don't know what that means. Sake Tanuki with the $5. Hit me with the tweeter link. True. Lara Stark, get the fuck out of the way. True. True. Here is Destiny talking about your in-person debate after his Mike Enoch debate. You can watch it later if you want. Mike Enoch? You mean the Eric Stryker debate? Yeah, this is the Eric Stryker debate. Oh, I'm curious. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is Destiny gonna betray me? I'm super curious.
I had this. I don't know if you saw my. Did you see my in-person conversation with Vosh?
Yeah, that was boring.
Yeah,
IMO. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It was boring. I truly believe that fundamentally, like 99% of human beings align on like most core philosophical issues. Most people want most people to be healthy, happy, spend time with their family, get to play, do work to take care of themselves. Like most people align on these.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
A lot of people harbor a lot of hate towards other people, and I think.
Yeah, I think that Destiny is just wrong on this. This is some end of history shit where he's trying to he's trying to reduce all political discourse down to like the optics and electability of pushing for very minor incremental changes to systems that people. I mean, honestly, have a 5-minute conversation with a fucking with a Trump supporter and genuinely believe that there is like a consistent philosophical base across like people of all political affiliations. Does like everyone basically want to make things better? Like, sure, yeah, but that's not the same as knowing how to do it or why we should do it.
That's part of what clouds like people's judgment about things.
Yeah, but I feel like the hatred isn't born out of some evil, deep part of like this demonic soul that a person has. I feel like
no one ever says this. I don't know if he's implying I said this. I think I pretty specifically. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I'm going to get to that in a sec. I'm pretty sure that I specifically said in my discussion with him that that it has nothing to do with the intrinsic qualities of a person's soul, but rather conditional experience.
The evil is it generally comes from like a fear because one of those earlier things that I mentioned are threatened. You know, if I say that most people want to be happy or if most people want to be healthy, a Republican doesn't hate Medicare for all because he wants people to be unhealthy. It's because he legitimately believes that the government controlling healthcare is going to cause death panels and rationing that's going to make more people unhealthy. Like I think.
Whether or not that's, for one, that's patently untrue, because there are some conservative groups who genuinely will argue against facts. There are a huge number of conservative grifters who are fully aware of all the data concerning climate science, but will still lie to you about it. He's actually arguing against the idea that politicians and media figures will lie to you for personal interest. This is actually antithetical to something that he has previously said, where he agrees institutions exist to preserve themselves. He acknowledges the fact that if an industry would profit from spreading misinformation concerning climate change, then that's something they'll do. But for them to then go ahead and argue that everyone just sincerely disagrees with there is no rational world operated entirely by rational, humane actors in which people are legitimately arguing over the existence of climate change and whether or not humans influence it. This is something that takes place specifically because there are people who act as disinfo agents.
I think that's generally how people's minds work.
How come you didn't fight him more on the revolutionary stuff? I guess that was the most surprising to me, because I was like, yuck, I don't like this.
Vosh or
with Vosh, yeah.
It's the problem is that I hate ultra theoretical boring convos because we can spin whatever story we want.
Nothing I said was ultra theoretical. Everything I said was a pretty specific extrapolation of previous things that have happened in history. Destiny seems to be of the opinion that nothing is capable of happening outside of what somebody like Nancy Pelosi would consider to be an acceptable proposal. He isn't interested in making change, only in interpreting things that have already happened. That's why he didn't support any presidential candidate at any point. He didn't commit to supporting anyone, or even doing any research on which candidates would be preferable.
And
it's wrapped up so nice too. He speaks so well.
Yeah, but I mean, this is part of my, I've said this before, my hatred for rhetoric. I can spin a tale about anything I want.
Then challenge my arguments, dude. Revolutionary theory is literally what brought us the civil rights movement. Revolutionary theory is literally what got us the suffragette movement. Revolutionary theory is what has brought about a tremendous amount of systemic change all across the world. It's people like me, frankly speaking, people like us, in chat, who have pushed for almost every substantive progressive policy in the history of this country. It's not pushed by policy wonks who just act on their own. It's pushed by people who recognize that politics is power. This is a really, really simple interpretation of political theory. That's the thing. Notice how he speaks ill of theory, but political theory, that's a major that you can take in university, political theory. Political science. This is literally the basis of understanding how politics works. To dismiss theory is to dismiss anything outside what you have been told is an acceptable range of discourse by people more powerful than you.
That could be wrapped up when you combine enough random facts or whatever, the idea that any revolution, we should be opposed to a revolution because any violent revolution that we undertake is going to be opposed by major people on the right wing that are always going to have more access to firearms because of their training, and it's going to end in an oppression of minorities and in a restriction.
I never advocated for a violent revolution in my discussion with him, nor have I ever advocated for an anti-right violent revolution.
Of rights to these people, and traditional conservatives are going to take over, and because historically we've seen fascist regimes rise out of revolutionary things because other capitalist countries are going to I could have 50 million. I can even incorporate points that he makes as well, right?
Except I didn't advocate for any violent overthrow of the government. I think a violent overthrow of the government is an inevitable consequence of future historical circumstances, but I have made no prescriptions on whether or not such a thing would end up being a socialist or a fascist revolution. That's why I've said my goal is to ensure that it is a socialist revolution. That's saying why he didn't get into that with you? Well, then why is he characterizing it as though I made these positions and he just didn't want to get into it with me because he didn't want to deal with my rhetoric?
There's a big revolution in our country, and we believe that fascism is always supported by capitalist economies. Well, we'd expect the Western world to support the fascist regime in America having a revolution versus the socialist one, because they'd be wanting to reinforce the status quo, which means that by their own logic, any revolution in America is going to have more external support for the fascist side than for the socialist side. So we would never want a revolution anyway.
Well, wait, no, that's not an argument. If the revolution happens, they would be willing to bring it about even if there wasn't public support for a revolution. What kind of argument is that? We should never have a socialist revolution because if we did, the fascists who are already in power would have their own revolution and it would be a fascist revolution instead? What? If the fascists get too much power, they'll just have their own damn revolution no matter what we want. I don't know. None of the positions, none of the arguments that he's making right now are like challenges to my arguments, but he's making these claims in a conversation where they're discussing our previous conversation, which kind of makes it seem like he's ascribing these positions to me.
Like, we can tell stories like this all day, but like, if I literally feel like I'm arguing about like what's better, Star Trek or Star Wars, like
nothing I said was that fantastical. This is so fucking dishonest, dude. Why do people do this? Destiny. Why? Nothing that I said at any point. This is very simple political theory. This isn't some crazy future. I didn't get into anarchism with you. I was just talking about basic social democracy and worker co-ops. This is such a weirdly dishonest way of framing my arguments. And it's funny if you have so many issues with my, purported arguments, you're not willing to bring them up in person, but then you're willing to bring them back up again once you're surrounded by chat. This is pretty cowardly.
I hate it. I fucking hate those arguments. They're so boring to me.
What argument did I make? What argument did I make that was fantastical?
Yeah. But I guess like I don't know, just seeing you guys bounce back and forth, but like never addressing that, like, you guys are looking at the same points but coming up with very different prescriptions as far as how you want to solve those problems. And his don't like make a lot of sense, I don't think, if you really like dig into them.
Such as?
Yeah, well, are you in terms of like
Who's the person he's talking to? I don't recognize this person's voice.
being revolution? I mean, that's what I tried to do in one debate with them, where I was like, well, what are the policies that you want? So like, for instance, like, I'm okay if banks wanted to give preferential loans to co-ops. I'm cool with that. It's just the only problem. Do you know who Ben Burgess is?
No.
He's like supposedly he's a professor of logic. I don't know fucking how, but I'm like, in a conversation that I had with this guy, like, a lot of these people will basically admit that, like, well, nothing that I want is possible without a global socialist revolution. And it's like, well, what the fuck then? Like, why the fuck am I even talking to you? Like, this is so boring. This is such a waste of time.
Things being boring and things being wastes of time are not arguments. You'll notice that Destiny defaults to those accusations when he doesn't have anything else to say, that he finds it boring. You can find it boring all you want, but revolutionary theory has been relevant to the political, development of a huge number of countries, including our own. I don't really care whether you find it entertaining. It's funny because he'll actually accuse populists of being only interested in the spectacle of revolution and how they're not actually concerned with real politics. They're just in it for the fun and for the memes. But then when he gets hit with any arguments that he doesn't feel like substantively addressing because it would require understanding theory, he backs up to, it's not entertaining.
Well, it's like a religion. They have faith that...
Who the fuck is this Joker?
If like it has to start at some point, and so they're going to snowball it now, and they're going to be some of the first people and whatever. I think that's part of like...
What faith? What? A Nazi? It's not a Nazi. This isn't Stryker.
What they accept when they sign up for it.
Yeah, maybe.
But that's what makes it dangerous when you have a dude that's super well spoken and he's advocating for that stuff.
I am dangerous?
Yeah. Because the easiest, well, I'm not about to say this is a rhetorical counter. The easiest logical counter to that is to start asking how. Like, but the problem is they always get so mad when you push them on specifics.
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, like,
we're specifically talking about my conversation. What specific what did I get angry about? This is so fucking disingenuous, dude. This is a conversation about our conversation, and now he's speaking vaguely of a they who get angry when you're pushed on what? Push me on any position.
How does this world work? How does the revolution happen? How do we win against the fascists? What does the government have to look like? When you start asking questions like this, people get really fucking...
And why didn't you fucking ask them of me, my dude? I wasn't even advocating for every revolutionary rhetoric during our conversation. I don't know how this is relevant.
Like, well, I can't describe every single facet of my, post-scarcity society, blah, blah, blah. But then meanwhile, I have to contend with every single nasty intricacy that exists in the current capitalist system. But I can't get I hate it.
No, not really. It's not a matter of somebody has a fantastical system that they aren't willing to explain, but you have to deal with every nitty-gritty problem of the existing system. It's usually taking specific problems and trying to frame solutions. Destiny, for example, has no solution to climate change under capitalism. He just acknowledges that we're not going to be able to fix it, that eventually maybe people's living in ankle-deep water is going to make them vote contrary to the interests that have been placed on them by oil corporations, and they'll vote for politicians who will maybe eventually start, acquiescing to the public interest rather than to their lobbying groups, who will then implement some sort of 100-year carbon neutrality plan or some nonsense. He's a climate doomer. It's so funny, you know? Because socialists have been proposing solutions to climate change for decades, and nobody fucking listens to them. And now the people who've been ignoring them have transitioned seamlessly from "this isn't a problem" to "well, there was nothing we could have done about it anyway." You'll notice a lot of that from conservatives too. They're going to go immediately from "haha, humans aren't causing this" to "haha, well, there's nothing we can do about it anyway." And while he is not a conservative in this respect, this is like the exact same way of avoiding the issue.
I would steer them towards like things they can do in their community, since they already are of the understanding that that's where it's going to start, and just be like, hey, I love you, and I love your ideas, that they're going to be wholesome and whatever, and that seems great in the in the textbooks, but like I think you should focus on doing stuff like locally, and I think all this revolutionary rhetoric is really crazy, and this is not going to get anywhere if that's the direction you're.
Are we still talking about me? I don't know what revolutionary rhetoric they're referring to. You guys saw my debate with Destiny, right? I was mostly just advocating for the occasional importance of populism, the fact that political theory concerning populism has been relevant to a huge number of progressive changes, and making a few tepid arguments on how the implementation of worker co-ops could be beneficial to reducing the amount of anti-class consciousness propaganda the proletariat has to chew down on.
Taking it, and that's not even reasonable, because that's not what you'll be doing in the next like couple of decades. So like, chill out, focus on what you can.
I think they moved on. They're not discussing you anymore. I mean, the context originally, the other guy, the guy who's not Destiny, just recently said it's scary when they have good rhetoric, and earlier he complimented my rhetoric. So I imagined that at least at that point, we were referring specifically to me.
Can do.
Yeah, I mean, I like that, but the problem is there's always an excuse. Like, well, we can't do anything at the ground level because capitalists are always oppressing us. We can't do anything because the media is turned against us, and structurally people aren't open to our ideas, because without a revolution, capitalists are always going to control the means of manufacturing consent to people, and we're never going to have a chance.
Yeah, this is, again, this is just really basic political theory. It doesn't mean you can't do anything, but this is the case in every fucking, what, do you think Democratic, the Republicans back in Europe, when they lived under kings and queens, had an easy time disseminating their propaganda? For centuries, the story in Europe were people who wanted emancipation from the government running around trying to find printing presses that hadn't been trashed yet, disseminating propaganda about how kings are dumb and stupid and need to be beheaded, and then running away when the fucking guards came to arrest them. Like, yeah, that's just... Yeah. That's just how it works. It doesn't mean you can't do anything, but it's absolutely a factor that has to be contributed.
Chance to get our message out that like there's too much.
And that's where the issue is they at the same time.
Yeah, you'll notice Destiny never actually proposes solutions to any of these huge problems, because he doesn't have any. His goal here is just be a stopgap, essentially a white moderate. He is essentially doing the thing that MLK complained about in the Birmingham letter. People who oppose... It's not because he's white, by the way, because this isn't a racialized conversation. But it's fundamentally... He doesn't have like a solution or a timetable for change, but he's very, very interested in putting shackles on the people who are more concerned about change than he is, you know? He's a fairly wealthy... I'm pretty sure his net assets are well over $1 million. It doesn't really matter too much. He's a wealthy person who has a great deal of material and social capital, who looks at the class issues of those who push for them and says, well, okay, sure, maybe, I'd be in favor of worker co-ops or Medicare for all if it was electable and if people supported it, but they don't. So, isn't this rhetoric argument against you the same that is thrown against Destiny? Generally speaking, if the best thing you have to say about a person is the rhetoric was so good it made the shit they said sound good, then you have no argument. I have good rhetoric, something that I've worked on. My arguments are also good. If Destiny had better contentions to my arguments, he should have expressed them.
Time admitting that it's not going to happen anytime soon are pushing for it to happen like tomorrow because of things that are happening today. And I think that's where you have to catch them.
Well,
but I'm going to assume, I don't know how much of this is about me specifically and how much of this is about lefties in general. And again, I severely take contention with this, or I take issue with this contention that all lefties are like this, but I'm going to assume this is about lefties in general.
But that would be their argument. They say, fine, I'm okay with it. I want the system to break down completely so that we can have a revolution and then we can move from there.
And therein lies the ugly part of their ideas.
Well, but a lot, but
they
like,
want everything to break down, and they want people to be hurt in the process.
but you've got,
that,
but all of these people online.
An incredibly uncharitable interpretation of accelerationism. Sometimes systems do have to be broken to be fixed. That's just how you do revolutionary change.
They're fucking wealthy white college kids. That's the problem.
Ah! Why? Bernie has a huge multiracial, low-income fucking voter base. White college kids might be overrepresented on Twitter because white college kids are overrepresented everywhere on the internet. That doesn't mean that everyone who advocates for revolutionary change is a white college kid. I'll notice he didn't bring up this rhetoric in his debate with me either. It's interesting how Destiny abandoned all of these low IQ arguments when he knew I was around, but then he returned to them as soon as he was done. Looking at me eye to eye.
Problem. They're okay with it breaking down because they have nothing at stake. That's why every single time you see somebody...
Bullshit. By the way, I would love to see data. I've never seen it procured on whether or not this break the system down thing is something only believed by people who would be insulated from the consequences. I'm pretty sure that this revolutionary sentiment has been historically more popular with the poor.
But it's true. Like, you don't find a lot of black people saying...
Well, hold on. I just don't think talking in those ways helps your argument.
Well, but like, you don't see any Hispanic or black people saying shit like, "Oh, another 4 years of Trump is chill, so that we can start the revolution." Like, it's all...
Nobody says that. Nobody says another 4 years of Trump is chill, so we can start the revolution. But I've seen many people of many different racial groups saying instead, "Fuck this system, fuck the DNC, let it all burn down."
Always like people in really privileged positions that are ready for everything to break down.
I would love to see.
Like that's one of the things that bothers me the most about.
And this isn't an argument, by the way. You'll notice this is not an argument. This is the haha, you're a Beverly Hills socialist argument. You realize that, right?
People say, like, I don't care if it's Biden or Trump. It's like, okay, well, you're not a woman who's going to lose the ability to have...
Hey, this is boring. We've heard and we've debunked all of these arguments before.
Abortion.
Of choosing more politically effective candidates, which would bring them in the direction of people that can get stuff done and actually get things on the record for socialism that we can start debating, because... explains, so I have to be careful about his points.
He literally was tweeting earlier that he's got a way to write up to get it so he doesn't have to pay rent to his landlord, saying that his income is threatened. This guy has over 5,000 patrons on Patreon. Like,
yeah, he's really popular.
I hate these people. Okay, I gotta talk to the history dude, okay? I'll talk.
Wait. And? Yeah, this is philosophy too. What's wrong with not wanting to write up rent to your landlord?
See you later, okay?
Of course, have a good one.
Notice how he's not providing counter arguments. He's doing the conservative, haha, you're a hypocrite thing. You guys realize that, right? This isn't an argument that he's making. Haha, you make money. You're white. You're a college student. So haha, that's why you're want the DNC to burn down. No data to back this up, by the way. Just he's got a strong feeling, you know? Even if it was the case that it was overwhelmingly like white college kids who, if it was overwhelmingly white college kids who did that, like, burn the DNC down. And by the way, I am vote blue no matter who. I've expressed my arguments against these positions before, but Destiny is coming at this from the position of a reactionary. No arguments, broad, irrational condemnations of the other person's position based on their identity, misattribution of points to me. He watches you, Vosh? Wait, who watches me? Does Ollie Thorne watch me? Oh, Destiny is watching your clip right now? You mean my stream? The only thing I disagree with you on is vote blue no matter who? Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, he's watching me right now? Steve! Are you watching me right now? Can you stop? The fuck are you doing? With this shit? Sorry the discussion was boring. If you'd said more dumb shit to my face, rather than waiting to go back to your stream, then I would have been happy to have contested you on it, or have discussed it with you in civil, enlightened discourse. What is this? You've gone back to your fucking white college kids rhetoric. You've gone. What is this? You've said that I have like a faith, like it's a faith-based argument for revolution. You've dismissed the validity of political theory. Holy shit, he's malding. Oh no. Oh no. Let's get recursive.
You remember the conversation with Sushi where you explicitly said you hope...
Wait, is he not? Oh, I think he's done.
Yeah, the problem is that I can't even get to the policy discussion because most of these people don't even understand the systems that they're criticizing. I don't think I talked any policy whatsoever with Stryker because he didn't even know how finance worked.
Stryker is a Nazi.
Basic conception of how any of the fucking things he wanted to talk about worked. So I didn't even get to talk about policy. That's your fault, not my fault. Like, fuck. Sorry, maybe Vash did this video a long time ago and...
What? Wait, Stryker's a Nazi.
When is this? It's too much
And
fun.
that's where...
What is the date on this?
Oh, that's from today.
Date with Eric Stryker. Oh no, this was recent. Fuck, dude, Ian, you're so fucking stupid. I love you, but you're such a fucking moron. Like,
wait, for
how
what?
can you unironically say I don't want to talk about policy when you fucking jerk off some dipshit socialist utopia constantly? That's never gonna fucking happen. We both know that, right? You and I know that in our lifetime there will never be a socialist utopia in the United States. It's never gonna happen. Like, you talk about it literally as a hobby. Like, you might as well be debating like the most optimal form of government that could exist in the Star Trek universe. Like,
every position I argued with him on was stuff we can do in this system, and I've said multiple times I don't think socialism is going to exist in our dude, he's malding so fucking hard. Holy shit.
Dude, they're usually incredibly milquetoast or totally devoid of, and you agree with me on most of my major policy points. I don't think you're a fan of rent control anymore if you've talked about it, or maybe you've done research.
I have no idea why. Everything I talked about him with was pretty substantive policy discussions. And I have never made the argument that we need to like immediately push for a revolution. Have you ever argued there'd be a socialist utopia in our lifetime? Nope, I have not. Jesus Christ.
Did you play Pokemon as a kid?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
You should play that.
Damn. You talk mad shit online. To be real nice in person. Oh, is he still going?
Delusional bullshit right now. Let's talk about policies. Hold me to that anytime I have a conversation with a lefty from now on.
I've worked out, I've ate.
All right. Well, as fun as going back and forth through streams is, if he wants to debate sometime in the future, then he'll probably have to go to YouTube rather than to Twitch. So, yeah, I'm in. Jesus Christ. Ah, well, what are you going to do? Please read what you're typing. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. All right.
We didn't talk policy a single time.
Wait,
in
are
our
you gonna
conversation.
wait?
You
I don't want
realize
to be
that, right?
responsible for you getting banned.
I'm not banned. I'm muted. We didn't talk policy a single time. We didn't go any over the different types of universal healthcare proposals. We didn't address anything related to the Green New Deal.
Wait, but
we
I'm
haven't talked
happy.
Anything related to
I'm happy
sure.
to talk about those things. If you had brought
Well,
the
wait, wait.
conversation in that direction, then I would have been happy to.
No, I didn't bring the conversation in that direction because you wanted to talk theoretical socialist utopia.
No,
Do you
wait,
think
wait, please. I literally never did that. I have never
Then why did we
on
talk
stream.
about it?
I've never on stream. This is why I feel as though your ability to talk about this is compromised. I was
Okay,
in
wait,
person
can
with you.
give
I
me an
never
example?
talked about a theoretical socialist
listen,
utopia.
I talk about policy all the time. Why would you say I have no proposed solutions to anything?
I said
What are
specifically
your
to the big issues we were talking about prior to
Which
the clip
big
that you
issues?
saw. Global warming was the main one. Also, the manufacturing consent issue. I don't think those are things
Okay,
you can.
So the manufacturing consent issue is debatable. Okay, I don't remember you proposing a solution to that. And then also, you're telling me because I don't have solutions to climate change that I don't want to talk about what you could do. What is your proposed solution to climate change, Vosh?
Well, I've talked about it with you. I think that implementing
it?
worker co-ops would be a huge.
You
step
have zero
towards-
evidence that any of that would work in any way,
Well,
size, shape, or form.
wait, hold on. Wait. Why are you shouting over me?
I'm not okay.
Okay.
I'm giving you contrary evidence that unions stand in the way of a lot of environmentally friendly things.
I acknowledge that.
And I've demonstrated that just by having a co-op, even on a logical deductive level, doesn't mean that you would be opposed to things that might hurt the environment.
Yes,
It doesn't make
but
sense.
however, large, broad-spanning policies that overall serve to the disinterest of the working class to the benefit of the ruling class would be broken apart by a dissolution of the class divide between bourgeois
You're not
and
talking
proletariat.
about policy anymore. You're
Wait,
talking
wait,
about
yeah.
theoretical utopia.
Wait. Nothing I just said is utopia. I'm not a utopian by any
Breaking
sense.
apart
For
the
two-
class policies to unite the working class, the proletariat.
Wait. This is not utopian. This is just political theory. Yeah,
Okay,
not
let's
all
talk
things
policy
can
then.
be
What
solved.
policies are you talking about?
Well, I said worker co-ops. But you can't.
Worker co-ops is how you're going to solve global warming.
You do,
That's your policy.
No, that's certainly a part of it, though. You do realize, though, that sometimes you have to justify policy through political theory, right? Political theory is the bedrock of proposing solutions to the way the system works today. Without political theory, we are lost when it comes to.
Where did we? I don't need you to proselytize.
That's
or
really
whatever.
proselytizing, like more than
I
7 seconds.
I don't need the speeches. Like you can do that on your stream.
It's
what
wait.
did we
It's not a
say about
speech.
co-ops?
It's important.
What did we say about co-ops? It's not important. It's not relevant at all to this conversation. Obviously, I know that a broad political theory is going to be necessary to enact or to have a framework within which you want to enact any particular policy. That's common sense, brain dead shit, of course. So, what did we talk about regarding co-ops? What did I say? Do you remember?
I don't think we got to talk about it very much.
I literally told you I'm okay. I've said this several times to you.
You're okay
I'm
with it,
fine
yeah.
with banks. No, more than that. I said I'm fine with banks giving highly preferential loans to co-ops to see if getting them off the ground is a way to move forward.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
Yeah, and
remember
I
me
think
saying
we
several
talked about
times?
how opening up the ability for states to do individual trial runs for like a broader range of policies would be a good way.
We
yeah,
did.
That was a policy discussion that we had. I thought it was pretty fruitful.
It was barely policy, but sure. But then why would you say that I'm not proposing any solutions to any of these things if you and me are literally both in agreement on the policy level here?
Oh, that's one policy. I was
What
talking
other
about
policies do you have?
Well,
for
I
climate
said,
change?
the specific comment I made was with regards to global climate change and with regards to manufacturing consent. Those were the two main things I said he doesn't have solutions to.
So I have really big proposals regarding climate change. Most of them you oppose. So I'm curious, what are your big ways to deal with climate change besides everybody becomes a co-op, which is meaningless?
Well, I don't know how it's meaningless exactly.
It's meaningless because you're not going to make every business a co-op anytime soon. There's no path forward to that, and you can't even begin to propose legislation to get you there. So this is not a real suggestion.
Well, wait. So you think that suggestions are only legitimate if they're posed within the grounds of electability? Like only if you could get them passed through current Congress? If that's the case, then pretty much nothing's going to be viable. With McConnell and the Senate the way it is.
Okay, so then can I just hear you say that every idea that you have is completely and totally electorally unviable?
Right now, almost everything that had to be passed through Congress would be completely electorally unviable. Does that mean we shouldn't have conversations? Okay, so then you're not talking
policy then. You don't have like a policy proposal.
Wait. So you genuinely believe there's no point in talking about any political changes that couldn't take place in our current McConnell-run Senate? You realize you're limiting viable discourse to the most useless, restrictive congressional system we've had in the history of this country. We have to be able to work outside of these grounds because right now there's nothing that can be done within them.
If you want to pass legislation through Congress and you want to actually fix problems that are impacting people today that don't impact either of us because we both make hundreds of thousands of dollars off of YouTube, we're in the same boat now doing that.
Why are you accusing me of not being considerate to the needs of the proletariat?
You brought up how much money I made, and for some reason you thought my net worth was relevant to the
argument. Why do you keep bringing up white college kids if you don't think identity characteristics are relevant to people's opinions?
Because overwhelmingly, the type of people that talk about meaningless cultural issues
love to see data on
are
that.
White college. What?
I would love to see data on that because in my experience, many of the revolutionary vanguard movements inside of this country have been people of color based. And usually quite poor as well. The Black Panther Party wanted to burn it all down quite a fucking bit more than Bernie supporters did. And they were not the whitest college aged-ist group, you know?
Yeah, give me 2 minutes and I can try to find it for you. There was a big article about how there's a massive overrepresentation of white men on Twitter that are college educated that support Bernie Sanders.
Well, that's not quite the same. I would agree with that. I mean, wouldn't white men be disproportionately represented? That was literally the argument that I just gave you, that people on Twitter are massively white, college-educated, and privileged when they come on and they argue and they champion the fuck out of Bernie Sanders. So you're against accelerationist rhetoric when it comes to burning the system.
Wait, why are we pivoting away from the...
I'm not. Wait, I'm asking. Wait. No, this is very relevant. I promise you.
Wait, I wanted to talk about policy. We're going back to utopia. Let's talk about policy in terms of climate change.
What utopian argument did I just make?
You're telling me that you just want to talk about solutions that are completely and totally politically unviable.
Right now, almost any solution. Right now, almost any solution is politically unviable.
How about bringing back multilateral trade agreements to the table? These are the ones.
McConnell would sit in on the table. He wouldn't have a vote on it.
So Republicans are opposed to things like NAFTA and the TPP and everything now? The Republicans would be completely not okay with any type of like.
This is yes or no.
Agreement?
Do you think there's value in discussing things that you don't believe McConnell would be willing to have a vote held on?
I think that you can get votes on stuff like trade policy.
Maybe a few things. Yeah, he doesn't shelf every bill, but most stuff, hundreds of bills been sitting on his desk. Most stuff is not currently viable. However, I do think a really big part of political discourse is not just the literal physical legislation that you put through, but the broader ideological pushes you make to legitimize certain types of bills. That's how we got.
There are levels of discourse that we can have, though. We can have a conversation about, well, what's possible under a McConnell Senate? Not very much. We could have a conversation about, well, what's more possible if we flip the Senate? That's a conversation that we can have. Those are the conversations I'm interested in. The conversation of, well, what if we eradicate the class structure and make every single business co-op? Not interested in that. It's fantastical, delusional bullshit. That's
wait. Why do you insist on making these ridiculous arguments? I've never said that everything that I propose has to be done in the context of a worker socialist society. And what's more, it's not utopian.
I have no proposals just because McConnell won't pass things in the Senate.
Because I was specifically talking about global climate change and manufacturing.
But I've talked about global climate change. What are your policy positions on global climate change?
I don't think right now there are any policy positions that are viable within our current government that could do anything to prevent the catastrophe to come.
Even if we flip the Senate?
Even if we flip the Senate, I don't, because anything severe enough to actually make positive change would do a ridiculous decrease in the productivity of our industry.
So you have no policy suggestions. Why would you accuse me of that?
Well,
you're literally the one here saying you don't have any policy suggestions.
I don't think solutions need to only be policy based. I think that broader ideological movements can also be a great way of changing the way countries function.
Which broader ideological movement is going to help us with climate change?
Well, a populist socialist movement would probably lead towards a great deal of class antagonism that might manifest in some way in the ability to electorally restrict some of these businesses. That happened back at the turn of the century, back back in the 1900s, 2000s?
Oh, sorry. Oh, fuck. I fell asleep. I'm sorry.
Why are you?
About
Wait,
a
wait, wait,
socialist
wait.
utopia?
What? No, I was talking about something that's happened time and time again in this country before, which is just socialist sentiment increasing a populist uprising against robber barons. Why are you acting in such bad faith? This is legitimately
You're
disappointing.
literally telling me because you
this
have
has
a
happened
dumbass clip out
before.
here saying no. Because you're literally saying you're doing this weird fucking thing where you're reaching to this MLK quote to try to compare me to a white moderate and then saying, well, it's not racialized. You're trying to bring up the level of wealth I have like it's influencing my arguments.
Wait, but you
and then
bring
you're
up
trying
the
to
white...
make this argument and then I'm not bringing that up to you. I don't. I bring it up in general when I talk about there's a big problem with the
Oh, well,
overrepresentation.
I didn't bring it up directly to you either. I brought it up when you were here.
You literally directly brought up my net worth.
You brought up the race of the people that you have ideological predispositions against on
you
Twitter.
understand that when I'm having a conversation with you, I'm not bringing this up, but when you're having a conversation with me, you are bringing this up. I don't throw the white whatever bullshit liberal at you. You are throwing my net worth at me.
Wait, no, I didn't. I just said it on stream. You said the white thing on stream. Directly to you.
I did not say that Vosh is just another white liberal whatever bullshit. You did say you brought up my net worth in some way to
Is it just a personal thing then? Okay, so wait. I don't think it's a matter of being demeaned. I think it's just a fact that people's material circumstances influence how they tend to behave, whether that be race or wealth.
We're in the same class then, dog. So what does that say about your utopia or your ideas about your class struggle or whatever?
Well, it would mean that if I did end up making a tremendous amount of money, or more than I do currently, I would be a class traitor, certainly. But I'm not saying individuals can only act in accordance with behavior prescribed by their, condition.
This is such a weaselly argument.
Wait. Okay. I'm not trying to be like bad faith or antagonistic. As I see it, we both believe, generally speaking, that people's behavior can be influenced by their conditional circumstances.
This is so weaselly right now. Holy shit.
I don't understand. I genuinely don't. Can you explain to me? I don't understand.
Tell me what you don't agree with. When you bring up out of nowhere, totally unprovoked, my net worth, your goal there is to poison the well, to make it so that everything I say is tainted with my class. Like it's somehow an argument against what I'm saying. Do you deny that that's what you're doing?
Oh yeah, that your behavior is possibly tainted by your class. Absolutely, yeah. I think you do the same thing when you make the white class reductionist, LARPy, white boy, socialist who just wants to burn it all down. I feel as though you're poisoning the well in a similar way. I just think that my well poisoning in this case is more materially defensible than yours. But if it bothers you, I won't make that argument
again. Can you
again.
show me a single argument I've made that's like because of my class?
Well, I mean, it doesn't work that way. I couldn't show you an argument a person made because they're white either. People like Candace Owens exist.
So, for instance, when I argue with a socialist and they say things like Democrats stand for meaningless cultural changes instead of important class changes, that sounds to me like white straight privilege because things like gay marriage, things like abortion, things like what's going on at the border don't impact you. Things like DACA, you don't care about these things. So that's an example of me pointing out how, hey, it feels like your position here, your privileged position here is having a negative impact on your ability to see through these arguments.
No, yeah,
when you try
I
to
agree
throw
with that.
my net worth at me, I never make an argument. I want to keep my wealth. I've consistently come out in favor of higher taxes. I've consistently come out saying things like, I don't think free healthcare or free schooling should be given to like my kid. It doesn't make sense. I've consistently always been against the interests of my class when it comes to things like tax policy.
Okay.
In fact, if anything, I would be more motivated to say things like everything should be a co-op because guess what? I don't actually run a business like that anyway. So like, if anything, I could go even further into saying that. Like,
So a few things there. For one, it's absolutely possible for people's arguments to be influenced by their privilege, but all of the privileged white boy arguments that you could find on Twitter, I've heard black people say as well. Your class position and your racial position and what have you can influence your perspectives, but it's not like a one-to-one determining factor. There's undeniably, you're absolutely a class progressive in some respects. I'm not saying that you're you go on stream and you're like, ha, because I made 300,000 last year, I will now oppose this tax bill. I'm not saying that. I do think it's something that broadly influences your politics as it influences mine. Again, I didn't think this would be a huge. Again, I won't make the argument that your class position is influenced by your wealth again in the future, but I would humbly request you stop mischaracterizing everyone online who's revolutionary as like a white boy college kid. I just don't think that's accurate historically or contemporarily. And even if it was accurate, it's not an argument.
Historically, there is no Twitter usage. The Black Panthers didn't have a Facebook group. I don't know why I don't know if you're just throwing in words to make the argument sound more
historically, as in historically, where we can see most leftist action take place in this country, because the left has been dead for the past 20 years or longer, we can see that this is not something exclusive to college-age white people.
I never said that Bernie Sanders support or that leftism or that socialism was exclusive to that. You're mischaracterizing my argument.
Then could you please recharacterize it?
Sure, I've said it multiple times in this conversation. What I've said is that the online left on Twitter are massively overrepresented when it comes to wealth, when it comes to education, when it comes to sexuality, and when it comes to race. That's the argument that I've made. But almost every single time I've said that, in even on my stream, I usually qualify it afterwards and I say, I know that like in real life, Bernie Sanders' demographic of supporters is far different than this. But online, these are the problems that exist. Everybody acknowledges this. Even BreadTube has made threads, and other BreadTubers have talked about how overwhelmingly white, college-educated, straight, and wealthy the online YouTube commentators are. All of the big ones, Sean and Jen, H Bomber Guy, Philosophy Tube, like all of these guys are generally white, straight men. Like,
but usually for different reasons, though. Usually that conversation takes place in the context of minorities not being included in discourse, whereas in yours, you seem to just be dismissing them because they're white college-age students?
So I gave you an example of how you are dismissing my arguments without any reason. By giving me an word. When you just asked me, well, I've never seen how I could dismiss someone's argument just because they're white or how that relates to it. I gave you a specific example of a very particular statement that I've been given multiple times and how I think that a person's class can influence, or not class, but how they're like, I guess IDPOL can influence that. So you can't tell me, well, you're just saying it for no reason without giving me. I gave you a very particular.
Do you not think there's a relationship between people's income and their political tendencies?
There could be.
There is. Absolutely is. Didn't the wealthy vote predominantly go to Trump back in 2016? I'm pretty sure there are strong tendencies there. So maybe I'm saying, hey, maybe your wealth has made you a little less willing to consider the more theory-based, revolutionary, populist perspectives.
Okay, then I'll say maybe your wealth has made you a little bit less willing to consider the pragmatic realities that working class people face today. And maybe you should be a little bit more willing to talk about things that actually matter, like bills passing through Congress or children dying in cages on the border, rather than just...
But
okay, cool.
Why do you mischaracterize?
I'm not mischaracterizing you.
But you act as though, and you've said multiple times in this convo, that I just dream of a socialist utopia.
Because when I asked you for policy positions related to climate change, you told me that the only way to do it is to like abolish class.
No. I said that would be a way of helping, and I don't believe that within the...
you specific... Hold on, you're trying to rewrite the record live. I asked you specifically, I said, if we flipped the Senate, is there anything that Congress could do to help climate change? And you said no.
No, I said I don't think there's anything they could do to anything that they could do to prevent widespread climate devastation. There are things that they could do. I'm sure some of those things would be helpful, but in terms of real substantive change, it would require them confronting their class interests, which I don't think is going to happen.
Okay, so you semantically, you said...
Why are you so interested in accusing me of using verbal trickery? I'm trying my best to answer your questions honestly.
Because you're essentially just restated what I said.
Do you have any idea? Okay, what do you think? Do you have any idea how severe a policy would have to be for it to, at this point in time, really turn back climate change? I mean, actually do something about it. Not prevent,
but I know the vehicle through which it happens, and the vehicle through which it happens is through multilateral trade policies. There is no other reasonable discourse.
I've argued that. I've said that I disagree with the destruction of the TPP and NAFTA because it was the only way for us to economically leverage our power over countries like China, who are a huge influencer in global climate change.
Wow, cool. So it sounds like we agree on the policy points. Why would you say I have no solutions?
Because it's not a solution. It's not politically viable for us to reenact the TPP and NAFTA, is it? Not with McConnell
What do
in
you
the
think
Senate.
is more likely, getting a multilateral trade agreement passed or having the entire class structure of the United States dramatically
At what
changed?
threshold of likeliness is it no longer relevant to talk about political solutions?
I think that if
Find
we
the
flip
exact
Senate,
line for me, if you would. And why exactly do you think that you have the right to tell people?
I don't know where the exact line is, but I know that there is a massive difference between the entire class structure of the United States being reshaped versus passing multilateral trade agreements.
It's a good thing I
If
advocate
you
for
can't
both.
acknowledge that, Sure, you can advocate for both if you want, but just because you have a more fantastic and grandiose fucking vision for, 150 years.
I have short-term goals and long-term goals.
But that doesn't mean you can look to people that are looking at pragmatic policy and go, oh, well, this guy doesn't care about anything. He doesn't have any solutions proposed to these grand problems.
We had a conversation in person about this just a few days ago, and I think on the subject of climate change, you acknowledged that the free market probably wasn't going to find a solution. You threw your hands up in the air.
What kind of a pivot was that? What do multilateral trade agreements have to do with the free market?
Because
why would you think that I would? Why would you think I would expect that the free market would solve
and a
climate change?
Well, I mean, the TPP would be a mechanism through which the free market would allow us to leverage. Because
no,
we
no, wait, hold on. This is absolutely not true. The TPP would be a way by which we can enforce government regulation, which is anti-free market, onto other countries that enact these trade agreements with us. The whole point of the TPP is to use your economy and then your government regulation and enforce other countries to follow. It's the opposite of the free market.
Yeah, but it functions through a market system, does it not? I mean, it's only through the interaction between the multinational corporations that we're able to facilitate this kind of trade leverage.
Social security payments function through a market system. That doesn't mean that all of it is free market. That's such a disingenuous way to state
sorry.
that.
Then
so
okay,
easily.
then my wait. You are really interested in painting me as acting in bad faith. Let me rephrase
because
that.
you are
not
absolutely
free, not free market. Market then. Fine.
Okay, you can say market, but there's nothing wrong with saying we need like a market-ish
I never
solution.
said it's wrong. I said that when we were talking in person, a chatter or some donator asked about our respective beliefs on what could be done to solve climate change. You didn't seem to have a particularly strong solution. At this point, I don't think anything can really be done to stop the coming change, because even revolutionary solutions take time to implement, and they're, not particularly likely to bring about. But what does bother me is that people have been pushing we just need the multilateral trade agreements, we just need the carbon taxes, what have you. This has been going on for decades now, and not only has it really failed to substantively change anything, it's misled people into believing that pithy milquetoast policy decisions can change what is essentially a climate apocalypse.
But that's not true. If you lived in places like LA, you've seen a dramatic curve of pollution over the past 20 or 30 years. This place used to look like Beijing. Like there used to be smog alerts and shit in California because you couldn't go outside because the air was so fucked in places like LA.
I didn't say it did
breathe.
nothing. Just compared to the climate apocalypse that it is failing to prevent, I feel as though its changes
you know what?
are.
It's done a hell of a lot more than any socialist country sure as fuck has in terms of producing any results relating to climate change.
What
Has it gone
socialist
far
countries
enough?
do you want to talk about?
Well, we can talk about the USSR. We can talk about China.
The
we can
US.
talk about
I don't
Vietnam.
think climate. Okay, I'm not defending the USSR. I don't think that climate discourse broadly was something that was that on the table when it comes to implementation back during the days of the USSR.
No, but like the hunting certain animals into extinction, having massive like
yeah.
ecological
Wait, what is
damage
this?
to different
What
systems.
now? This feels like a pivot to me because I don't particularly.
How is it a pivot? You're the one that just brought up.
No, I didn't. You did. And I don't care for the USSR. And also the USSR broke up 30 years ago. Yeah, you did, friend. What I care about is bringing about positive change.
Wait. You made the claim that capitalism or whatever isn't addressing problems related to climate change. It is. Is it doing it fast enough? No, maybe it's not. But that doesn't mean that we can point to systems that have either dramatically failed in the past or have no even ability to exist at this moment in time and say those will do a better job.
Wait, again, I advocate for policy decisions that can make improvements within the system, and I also advocate for broader populist changes that I think can make changes faster. I have never been of the opinion that we should just wait in our hands until the revolution happens and then get working. I've advocated for people to do local electioneering. I've advocated for people to push for policies like the TPP. I've advocated for all of these things. I don't understand why I just don't think they're enough. I don't think that operating within the current frame of political feasibility is anywhere near enough to address these problems and others, and that it's important to have a broader, more revolutionary perspective. And if I may, this is exactly the same issue, I know, that Martin Luther King Jr. had to deal with, because many of the political movements during his time were very interested in the minuscule policy proposals about maybe alleviating this or that aspect of the Jim Crow laws, or seeing an appropriation of wealth from here to here in very minor ways. But they rejected this, not wholesale, but said it wasn't enough, and they pushed as a populist movement for something more. And that is what I advocate for, simultaneously to work within the system, but to advocate for something better. I think this is an inarguable position.
Yeah, sure. The position sounds fine, but it's a far cry from saying that I have no solutions proposed for any of this, which is just demonstrably false.
Fine, no sufficient solutions. All right, a solution usually solves a problem.
In order for them to be sufficient, for them to be some fantastical restructuring of our entire society, that is correct. I don't have any of those solutions at this point in time, because I usually don't waste my time fantasizing about them.
Well, a fantastical restructuring of our society was precisely what allowed us to solve many political problems back during the 18th century. I don't see why it's impossible for us to believe this could at least be on the table in the future.
Okay, well, I'll talk to you again in 25 years when we're still nowhere closer to socialism than we were 70 years ago when people thought that we were on the cusp of being there.
Wait,
so.
for one, you do realize that's not a response to what I said, and for two, you do realize,
that by
I
saying,
don't believe
well,
I'm going to see a socialist revolution in my lifetime. I said this to you in person.
You do realize that you've said this a million times to me. That's saying like, well, we went from feudalism to capitalism, so therefore anything else we could move to. That's not an argument either, right? You have to actually like do the groundwork and demonstrate it succeeding. Capitalism and markets existed across many different types of feudal lands, whether it was farmers trading crops with each other, whether it was armor smiths. There were tons of these different.
There have been socialist governments for
exist.
centuries.
No, they're not that have worked successfully on any scale.
Wait,
no,
but wait. But those capitalist societies also invariably got crushed. There were a few successful experiments. I haven't read up on all of it, but
the difference was that market economies were tenacious enough that they survived through anybody trying to crush them or through any other.
No, they
opposition.
didn't. They survived. They survived when people who wanted the principles of the Enlightenment to dictate their government policy eventually grew powerful enough that they could overthrow the benefactors of the previous system. That's how power spreads, not through ideas succeeding in spite of adversity, but through power and people who are willing to kill to preserve them. And that's what
you don't think the royalty or the bourgeois or the previous upper class wasn't willing to defend their systems as well?
They did, and they eventually lost.
It's a better form of organizing an economy
than feudalism. Wait. No, and because people who believed in it eventually succeeded in their beheadings and got ahead and took hold of the governments they needed to take hold of.
And socialists have tried as much in the past, and they failed over and over and over again. So it seems like it's probably not a really good way of organizing an economy that can't hold its own on the world market.
What specific policies economically do you think I propose that would be unsustainable in a future economy? Or are you just literally doing the Vuvuzela argument? You're literally doing the what about Venezuela argument.
No, I'm not. Every policy position that you've given me, I'm pretty confident you've copy pasted them from my own previous YouTube videos. So obviously I agree with all of your individual policy prescriptions. Most of them are
That's a funny
mine.
way of avoiding.
Firstly,
that's a funny way of acknowledging the fact that we agree on more than you're willing to admit.
No, you're the one that wouldn't admit that. I would never come out and say, "Oh, Vosh, he doesn't have solutions to anything." You said that about me.
I don't understand why you're so fixated.
With every single policy.
No. Because policy isn't the end of politics. Political theory encompasses everything, not just policy. Policy, what's electable, what's viable, is an incredibly tiny fragment of the broader political happenings in a country. To end at policy and to not address political theory, I'm sorry if it's boring for you, and if you're not interested in it, then fine.
You keep saying that I don't want to talk about political.
You've said you don't want to talk about it.
Choir so much. Like,
wait, you've said. Wait, am I mischaracterizing you?
Like so much of what you say is just like trying to score brownie points.
Wait, am I? Dude, you're the one who you're the one who keeps accusing me of acting in bad faith.
I have never said that we should never talk. I literally spent how much of my time talking about.
You pretended to fall asleep earlier when I just talked about a solution I had. You talked in the stream I was looking at about how you don't like talking about political theory.
My initial contention with you is you said that I have no proposed solutions.
No sufficient proposed solutions. Yeah, sufficient. My apologies.
No proposed solutions to these problems.
Well, okay. In my mind, a solution fixes a problem. So a sufficient solution would be one that fixes.
Nothing to do with whether or not I think you could talk about political theory or not.
Then why?
If you want to talk about political theory, that's fine.
Then why do you keep insulting people for talking about political theory?
I'm not. I'm insulting you.
I just watched your stream segment. You were saying people who talk about it are brain dead ideologues who are only care about the revolution, and you're bored of political theory and you only care about policy, and you pretended to snore earlier when I gave you a potential solution.
What I'm saying is that if you want to talk about political theory and then lambast everybody else that wants to talk about policy by saying, well, they're not proposing enough, that is a ridiculous dichotomy.
Anybody who cares only about policy or only about political theory is, as far as I'm concerned, a demagogue who doesn't actually care about affecting change. And I've said the same damn thing. I've said the same thing about all of the fucking dipshit tankies out there who do believe everything that you mischaracterize socialists as. These class reductionist fuckheads who don't care about electoralism and only want to sit on their asses until mommy and their chicken tendies will eventually carry them through to the revolution. I think both are important. You stick mostly to policy, important, good, great. But when you say stuff like political theory is dumb, political theory is LARPy, political theory is boring, it does make me think as though you're leaving a lot of potential solutions on the table. And that does bother me.
When you're literally coming out and saying, oh, he has no proposals, because I usually ground most of my policy positions in pragmatic electoral reality, that's bullshit.
No, you have proposals, just not solutions.
Okay, well,
I mean, they address
the socialist revolt or whatever. I guess I don't.
It won't happen in my lifetime. I've said that multiple times.
We both know that. I know.
Why are you? You can't score points for. He just left the call. Why is he acting in such bad faith, dude? Holy shit! Jesus Christ! Oh, that's a YouTube clipperino. What the fuck, dude? He's emotional because he feels attacked? Yeah, I guess. That's a pretty weak attack. Because I said he doesn't have. I mean, yeah. If your only solution to climate change is, so he was mad because I suggested his wealth might influence his opinions, which is a fact. People are affected by their material circumstances, and he's upset because, he's upset because I felt he mischaracterized him. I'm not sure, dude. That was fucking wild. Holy shit. That was crazy. All right, well. Some of your rhetoric sounded bad faith at an emotional level. I don't think it was actually bad faith. Yeah, possibly. I know there are some of his fans watching right now. I always try to engage in really good faith, especially with Destiny, because I don't ever want to be accused. I want to earn those wins, you know? Hey, Surf. Hey, Lance. Jesus. There are Destiny fans watching right now, I know, because he muted his stream. There should be about a few hundred of them here. Was that bad faith of me? Excuse me, God. Holy shit. Wait, it was? Oh, shit. Some people do think it was. Kind of? I don't see how. Yeah, he called me a wealthy college kid. Yeah, he did it. I just think you misunderstood each other. I don't think I misunderstood him in the slightest. I think I was pretty pointedly responding to everything that he said. And he kept insulting me too. Like, not like every time he got an opportunity to, hold on. Every time he got an opportunity to, he would like call me a dipshit, or like I was being preachy, or I was preaching to the choir. Yeah, he was like, really? 'Cause you were? Really? I really don't think so. Yeah, he was ad-homming like fucking crazy, dude. My understanding is you define solutions to be permanent solutions, which you totally fix the problem, whereas he defines solutions as incrementally realistic solutions. Well, no. That was him being dishonest, because I said multiple times that I said he doesn't have solutions because he doesn't have enough of a solution. I've never said that he doesn't have proposals and that he never has things that can actually make positive changes. I've only said that his solutions are insufficient. I said that like 5 minutes in, but then he kept hammering me as though I said he had nothing. Just really, really weird stuff, dude. We gotta, I guess, just any time you're both talking past each other. I don't think I was. I was trying to respond to everything he said. I think it's pretty understandable someone would be upset if you imply they're a white moderate who doesn't actually care about affecting change. He said multiple times, after everything that he said about me, I don't think that's a particularly good argument. He said that I was a LARPy soapboxing demagogue who's waiting for my utopian socialist ideal, that who doesn't care about affecting policy and who stole all of his arguments from Destiny. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. You are? Well. Can see why people think that interaction was slippery on your part. I just don't see it, but okay. Calling him the white moderate triggers the Hassan drama. Oh, we didn't even get to that. I definitely think that he's a white moderate. Yeah, 100%. He was doing the exact same thing here. He only said that after you called him a white moderate. He is a white moderate, but it's not a whiteness thing. It's not a racial characterization. It's a white moderate as described by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., but not about race, but instead about substantive change. You meant it as an insult? No, I didn't. It's a description of his behavior. It's not meant to be an insult. I mean, is it insulting? Possibly, but then he shouldn't be that if he doesn't want to, you know? You agree I'm too charitable to him? Yeah. He was being white against you as well? Yeah, I tried to call him out on that, but... Yeah, it's like white feminism, true. The MLK later is about racial lines, not fucking economic lines. Dude, MLK was a socialist, and he talked similarly about people who didn't fight for economic justice. No, the white moderate, as described by MLK, while he was referring to race, is pretty broadly about people from a position of privilege, or at least from a position associated with privilege, who try to put a timetable on radical progressive change with milquetoast sympathy that actually works to undermine that movement. Yeah, like a policy moderate if you want. What, a capitalist moderate? It's undeniable something that can be applied across different lines, not just racially. What do you think of Malcolm X? I think he was less based than a lot of people say, but whatever, he's still cool, I guess. Should have called out the bi erasure. Yeah, it just didn't seem that important to me. Didn't he misrepresent you after those talks a few weeks ago? He kept prescribing positions to me that were wrong. He'll come back and make better points when he's more calm. Whatever. If he wants. He's on the Raj right now, right? That's why he... Yeah, he's on the Raj show right now. The biggest bread trooper is a trans gay woman. Yes, but I understood what he was trying to get at there. Also, yeah, he called me Ian, which was weird. I guess because I call him Steven. Oh, hold on, wait. All right. Let's not get too focused on D.GG. Let's focus on donations. Allison with $5. There's a movie called Brightburn which vaguely explores the idea of what if Superman was evil, not particularly deep, but it sort of ties in the idea. Is that the one that YMS did a review of? It was like that little kid? Was that the one we were talking about? In Ted the Memer with the $5, if there was a battle between a Zoomer, a Doomer, a Boomer, and a Coop, who would win? The Bloomer would win. Undeniably, it would be the Bloomer, my friend. The Bloomer is all-knowing and all-powerful because they embrace all that is good in life, and the goodness makes them strong. The Bloomer would come in, burst up from the ground like a flower, and take them all down. Nitric Bassist with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. I love your world-building rants. It helps me think of all the possible ways I can write a contemporary fantasy. Fuck yeah! Writing stuff is super cool. Writing stuff is super cool. I'm delighted to hear that, comrade. I've always loved storytelling. I want to make a comic someday. Save this with the 420 BYN. No fucking idea what currency that is. Shout out to Daniel Kahn, lovely socialist klezmer. I love klezmers. That's delightful, comrade. Thank you. Chodney with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. If you like more realistic takes on superheroes, you should read Worm. Main character controls bugs. Also keep up the amazing content. I'll keep it in mind, comrade. Always looking for fun new stuff to peep at. Look at the comments of Diplomati. They are Destiny fans bringing up the whole sexual harassment thing from 1 year ago. Generally speaking, if people bring up stuff like the fucking Poppy drama or like horse cocks, I consider them to be about equal to like the alt-right in terms of their ability to challenge my positions, which is to say they don't have any. That's pretty consistently. It's usually like the Ethan Ralph stream, I think, took it on about as substantively as it could, where he just got progressively drunker and just over and over and over again kept saying the same like 4 gotchas. That's what it feels like to me. Horace me with the $2. Nice to see you back. Zuko is a neocon and Toph is a libertarian, and Aang allowed them to impose capitalism because they were his friends. Read the comics. I've read the comics, comrade. I know the dreadful New Republic. What was it? Republic City? Empire City? The dreadful origin story. Flake with the $5. First Flake dono. Please enlighten the chat to Rob Layfield. No, I can't. This will have to be some other time. I saw this in chat. Rob Layfield's drawings. These are some truly. I've gone over this list so many times, like as a wannabe artist, you know. My God. Oh man, I wish you were now in the Raj Royale. Yeah, that'd be pretty fun. Layfield is like one of the most destructive artists in the canon of fucking Western comics. It's good shit. We'd have to really go into this stuff, okay? He made a lot of money. Nusarab with the $5. Can you go over the Grievance Studios that happened a couple of years ago? Here's a link. Possibly? Academics expose corruption in Grievance Studios.
Is the light okay in here? Yeah. I just read my email.
I have no idea what this is, but I'm going to have to look at this off stream, I have a feeling, because that looks fucking weird. Thank you, comrade. Marcus Surrend with the 59 kronar. Destiny sometimes strikes me as nearly quartering levels of not caring about anything. I think he cares. I just think he acts in really bad faith. I just think he acts in really fucking bad faith sometimes. When it comes to lefty stuff. There's a really even balance of people saying in the YouTube chat that I destroyed and I got destroyed. It's tough out there, you know? Zonya with the incredibly generous $25. I'm trying to promote a movement to clear out all the corrupt lifelong members of Congress. That is an incredibly lofty goal, my friend. All of them? That's like all of Congress. Did this wait, I think a portion of your donation got cut off. Let me double check. Oh, yes. Hashtag cough on Congress. Yes, absolutely, comrades. Hashtag cough on Congress, except in a meme, not in real life, of course. That would be most unbased. Extremely unbased, in fact, as it would be a form of political violence. Itchy nose. I'm coughing. Oh, we got a lot to go over. Allison with a tier 2 sub. Summer, thank you very much. And Ducks with the $5. The Sargon argument, or the Sargument, if you will. Yes, they are all the same, comrade. Shackley with the $5. Pretty based, and a Twitter link. Shackley, I love you, and I'm very sorry, but you've linked to me somebody who has blocked me. That's just the consequence of being a big brain, you know, a big brain, highly contentious internet edgelord, is that you're just gonna, a lot of folks out there. Big Booby Fendham with the $2. I was super paranoid over a mild cough I've been having, but then I started sneezing, so I figured it's just a mild cold. Also, thoughts on Howie Hawkins? Google him. Getting fucking homework during stream? You kidding me? Howie Hawkins, Green New Deal or Green Party nomination for president. I have no opinion whatsoever on this person, apart from the fact that they look nice, they don't like war, and yeah, that's pretty good, I guess. Go vote Green Party. Except don't. Vote for Biden. Nerd Hub with the $2. Dad? True! Marcus Saren with the 59 kronar. Could you please respond to Razor Fist's video about Bernie Sanders or Mr. Obvious's videos calling him a communist? How do we request videos? There is a Discord channel called Content Suggestions. You can throw a video link in there anytime and I'll give it a peep. I don't know, comrade. Razor Fist and Mr. Obvious are both really fucking boring and really fucking annoying. Throw it in there. I'll maybe give it a look, okay? Bakugan Bakugan with the tier 1 sub finally after all this time Mayo citing that disgusting white name. Nicely done, comrade. And Red Eye Sammy Wayne with $5. I've always hated the Catachin aesthetic in Warhammer 40k, so I've rectified it by purchasing North Vietnamese wargame minis to modify. Good. Excellent. Do anything. The fucking Imperial Guard models were always pretty ugly. Randall Lando with the $5. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And Howard Zinn Buddhism with the 269. Someone probably already asked this, but thoughts on Tulsi Gabbard endorsing Biden? In Hindi, she's like what we like to call a Matterkod Bosidaik Randi. Ah, yes, naturally, of course. The Matterkod Bosidaik Randi. Obviously. I don't really know, comrade. It seems like Bernie rejected her endorsement. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not too concerned either way. I never liked her. Toasted Soup with the tier 1 sub. Have you seen that Lawrence O'Donnell video where he explains why part of the DNC doesn't care about the left? Yes, I have. But I don't know if I agree with his reasoning. Propaganda Texas Toast with the $3. What do you think about voting third party in states that are guaranteed to go blue and red, like New York and Alaska? I think vote blue no matter who should apply to swing states. I personally believe that you should vote blue no matter who, no matter what state you're in, because voting third party is basically just virtue signaling. It accomplishes nothing, has the very incredibly marginal possibility of hurting people in the long run. Yeah, I don't know. Just be careful with it. Lasemia with the $5. I'm interested in a higher concentration of Vosh streams because of conditions Peppo comfy. Oh, there will be, comrade. Karugia with the $5. Hey, Vosh, do you think the GOP could outflank the Democrats by its left side? I'm legit worried they could combine leftist econ with reactionary social policies. Yeah, I'm concerned about that as well, and it's something that I wanted to talk about this stream, but I think I'm going to have to wait until next stream because I didn't expect to end up fucking debating Destiny today. Natty Ice Live with the $5. I'm too long for my bed, and I wish it was longer. Also, you did great in the debate. However, I feel Destiny was mostly good faith, which made the combo really enjoyable. Well argued, brother. I'm going to assume you mean the previous debate? The one where we talked in person? Yeah, you're definitely talking about the earlier one when we talked in person. Title Punk Roller Girl with the $5. Thank you. Destiny completely lost me when he suggested reactionary immigration policies would be a fair compromise for Medicare for all. Liberals using immigrant lives as bargaining chips disgust me. I think he was using it as a hypothetical, but yeah, I completely understand. Definitely unbased and very cringe. Dajero with the very generous $25. Thank you. My girlfriend has gotten into painting and I got her to paint this. Thought everyone would enjoy seeing it. Also, good debate, Vosh. Thank you. Ah, beautiful. Vote blue no matter who just reinforces the two-party system. There will always only be a two-party system until we get rid of first past the post voting. Red Eye Sam with $2. Vampire Hunter D kinda did both. True! Thanagor with a tier 1 sub. Wish me luck, comrades. I signed up for Weight Watchers. Also, don't forget to start mutual aid networks in your communities. True! Gotta get out there and help the elderly. Comrade Courtney with the gifted tier 1 sub. I was in his stream for that part when I said they weren't class reductionists and that Destiny was bad faith. His entire chat yelled at me and called me a tanky. Feels bad, man. Yeah, well, you know, we'll get them when we can, comrades. Simon with the $5. Don't know if this has already been said, but without stocks and corporations, which co-ops shouldn't have, politicians lose a lot of incentives to enable big businesses because they cannot directly profit from them. True! That is fucking true. Another systemic problem, comrades. Just another way in which worker co-ops are very based and not at all cringe. Ava Fox with the tier 2 sub. Applied for my first wage slave position. Let's hope I get the job. But not really excited to do this shit my whole life. Anyway, thanks for your enlightening and funny content, comrade. Hey, thank you. There's no guarantee you're going to be doing it your whole life. And also, maybe this sounds really doomer or like maybe not what you want to hear, but it's possible to find fulfilling work even in wagey slavey jobs. Hard as it can sometimes be. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And go out there and have fun, okay? Make some friends. It means a lot to have friends in the workplace. Laura Stark with the $8. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate that. Les Billionaire with $5. I'm very late, but I'm sorely disappointed Netflix's Daredevil didn't get brought up in the previous superhero discussion, which is also very good in portraying power of billionaires realistically. I haven't seen the Daredevil. I've only seen the Daredevil movie, which was, of course, really bad. But, you know, what are you going to do? Trantifa with the $5. I am a trans. I'm burning your bus because Biden represents a return to normal that I think locks us into 30 more years of Trump, like economic policy, while Social Security becomes impossible, like Medicare for all. Yes, it is a very real possibility, comrade. I just don't know if our votes are very good leverage, but it's something I'm sure I'll be talking about more in the near future. Rockstar Miyoto with the $5. Have you seen that Trapped is ruining what little is left of their career by being openly white nationalist and arguing with everyone on Twitter? I don't know who Trapped is. T-R-A-P-T? I'm not entirely sure who that person is. But if they're ruining their career by being a white nationalist, that's great. I am delighted to hear that. Vosh Penis. Thank you. With the $5. As an Asian dude, I feel like general racial discourses always exclude Asians and their issues. We're the model minority until we speak up, in which case we aren't oppressed enough. Shit sucks. Yeah, if anyone legitimately thought Asians don't face systemic discrimination in this country anymore, look at how Kung flu or Chinese virus or Wuhan flu has affected the treatment of and discourse concerning Chinese Americans. Because, hoo boy, that got bad real quickly. James Hill with the 549 Canadian. Your debate with Destiny was great. Keep that calm. I don't know which debate you mean. The new one or the old one. I don't know, but we'll find out soon, I guess, by timepiecing this. Philosophy and critical thinking with the 10 Australian. Thank you. Hey, Vosh, do you ever think you'd be able to get a Marxist political scientist, Adolf Reed, on your channel? Probably if I push hard enough. It would just be a matter of finding a good thing to talk about. I don't like having, protracted academic discourse, in large part because I know it drives less engagement, and if people aren't interested in the stuff that I'm doing, then then there's no real point in putting it out there, right? Still, it could be something interesting. Axe Steady with the $5. Like the Dresden Files take on vampires, they have white court psychic vamps, red court bat-like monsters, and the black court more Bram Stoker's vampires. Good series. I have not seen the Dresden Files, but that is indeed all of the vampire types, You've got the Dracula types, the psychic types, and the spooky vampire Batman types. What are you going to do, huh? What are you going to do? Martin WW with the $3. I have this theory where every 100 years, roughly around the 60s, there's a new movement / revolution towards the left. What do you think of this? I mean, I don't know. I doubt there's anything prescriptive about it, but if it ends up being true consistently, then it can be a fun little quirk for people to gush over in future years. Oh my God, there are so many donos. When did you guys donate this much? What the fuck? When did you all do this? Annex with the $5. Vosh, when do you think a non-religious and or atheist agnostic have any viability in the presidential environment? I know Bernie Sanders is not religious, but still ethnically Jewish. I'm not entirely sure. Christian fundamentalists still have a huge amount of power in our political system, unfortunately. I'm not entirely sure if we're any near close being able to really fuck that up, But we can only hope, right? Jay Showa with the incredibly generous $50 donation. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. That is really, really kind of you. I wish my superpower was a big dick. I have a small one, unfortunately. That's why I've been single for over 20 years. Nonsense, comrade, okay? It is because of your small dick sadness, in fact, that you have been single for over 20 years. All small dick boys are kings. Can we get small dick kings in chat? It is true. Small dick king, all right? You must not let the small dick sadness get to you. I am a size queen. I do love me some big dick. On me and on other people, what are you going to do? But let me tell you, okay? Nothing does work like mouth. So it's at the end of the day, it's ultimately like an appendix, it's aesthetic. People are even getting their dicks removed these days for how unnecessary they are, just sort of preventatively, just you're go in hey, I don't really care about my dick, can I get it removed? And then kablamo, everyone's doing it. Rude Rabbit with the $10. The best superhero is Kamen Rider. He kicks Nazi squids onto landmines and they blow up. Kamen Rider? I read Moomin Rider at first, the One Punch Man guy. Kamen Rider, isn't this like some ancient shit? The Kamen Rider series? This is like some 1960s ass fucking superhero shit, dude. Sure, yeah, kicking squids on the landmines is pretty based, especially if they're Nazis. Old school. This is like twice my age. I'm only 14, okay? I don't know. Alan Hannigan with the $2. Taylor and I got married at 2 p.m. EST today. Woo! Congratulations, Alan Hannigan and Taylor. That's really fucking rad. I'm delighted to hear that. I gotcha. I know. That's really rad, Alan Hannigan. I'm proud of you. Here's to a life together, Jack Attack LP with the $2. Ben destroyed Destiny, who kept strawmanning. True. And Abel with the $3. Hey Vash, I'm a lefty from Hungary. What do you think is the best way to combat voter suppression? Mandatory voting is my idea. Curious what you think. I think that's probably one of the most realistic ways to combat it. Yeah, because there are definitely problems with mandatory voting, but I think that the threat of voter suppression is much more severe as long as it was accompanied by like a legitimate attempt to get everyone like registered. You know. Punished Venom Vosh with the $10. Thank you. Kept you waiting, huh? True! Never do it again. Insomnia with the $5. Fucking hate the argument of blaming individuals for climate change. The fossil fuel companies emit like 50% of all global warming gases. Also true. It's a very liberal approach, my friends. Never post liberalism. It's very cringe. It will get you lost subscribers. Martin WW with the $3. How did you develop such rational thought? How do you appear so quick with arguments? Are there any books you recommend? I am illiterate and cannot read. If you want books, go to Radical Reviewer on YouTube. When it comes to rational thought, I just talk a lot. I've always been good at talking. I like talking. I push myself to talk in places when other people wouldn't, you know? And I'm happy with that. It's just a way of, you know, practice makes perfect at the end of the day, you know? Anyone can do what I do. Neon Nor with the £5. Thank you. Watch the video Noam Chomsky Academic Gatekeeper by Corbett Report on YouTube when you have time. Even if you disagree, you get a new view. Yeah, I'll give it a look. Just put it in my recommended videos tab or email it to me or something so I remember. Saki Tanuki with the $5. Standing in the way of progress and leftist solutions. Destiny really is the Joe Biden of online political discourse. Yeah, Destiny also likes to go in good for the gropes. You all remember the Hassan, the booby massage? You know what I'm talking about, right? Sake Tanuki with the incredibly generous $20. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. API cucked me, feels bad, man. Also, that thread was how Biden's super PAC funding is from a bunch of porkies who want to save corporations and wealthy people from Bernie Sanders. Yeah, Biden reassuring all the wealthy people nothing would fundamentally change. The idea that any kind of real change can be brought about through that kind of presidency is fucking ridiculous. There's just no chance of it happening. Not even close. You should be more aggro or more serious with Destiny. I think I was pretty serious, but if I'm too aggro, it just turns into a shouting match, especially when he's already triggered. True, Sake. Insomnia with the $5. Everything aside, it offends me how much of a passive-aggressive dickhead Destiny is. No decorum or maturity, post-hoc bullshit and sniping. He is an egomaniac by definition, intellectually lazy. I will admit, I do believe that he is, he's pretty fucking rude, in a way that I think is unjustified. I could go like so much harder on him if I really wanted to, but he like constantly ad-hommed me like non-stop during that discussion, then shout his tiny ass down. No, I don't think that's the way to win over his audience, which is what I care about. It's not about winning him over. It's about winning his audience over. Lots and lots of fruits, the 201. Can you please read this in an Indian accent? Please, it will make my social distancing less shit. I don't really want to. Okay. I'm not going to do an Indian accent. I'm just going to do an accent, okay? Baby, I want pizza. Okay, let me order it for you. Oh, my baby, love you so much. Thank you. Will I get something now? Oh, you want kisses? Here, there. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Idiot woman. Share the pizza half-half. There we go. That feels more like it should have been a $50 donation. Jay Showa with the $10. Thank you. There will be a socialist utopia. Clinton took the guns. Obama took the guns. 1776 will commence again if you try to take our firearms. True. Absolutely, comrade. You defend those guns. Not even over their dead bodies. Thanagor with the $5. Dad, please stop fighting. I'm sorry, comrade. He started it, okay? He was very uncivil, very rude. Ethereal Alki with the unbelievably generous $83. Holy shit, my dude. What a weird... I've never been donated $83 before, you know? I'm happy you broke my $83 donation cherry. Thank you so much. Stop conflating wealth and class. No real socialist conflates the capitalist class with the wealthy. Not all wealthy people are capitalists, and not all capitalists are wealthy. This is basic shit. What, are you telling me or Destiny? Because I agree with that, obviously. Class is a reflection of your relationship to the means of production. Destiny isn't bourgeois. You could argue he's like a labor aristocrat because he makes a lot and because he propagates a lot of social, so on and so forth. But yeah, wealth and class are different things. If you ever want a phenomenal example of this, notice how he kept trying to say you're in the same class as him now. Yeah, he was making the argument like I thought, like above a given income line, like your wealth is your wealth like determines what you believe, like 1-to-1. I have no fucking idea. But yeah. If you ever want a perfect example of how wealth and class aren't the same thing, keep in mind that back in the days of divine right and aristocracy, there were plenty of merchants who didn't have any royal blood, who were incredibly powerful because they were very, very wealthy, but they were nonetheless a part of the aristocrat class of that nation. There used to be, nowadays being super, super fucking wealthy, it puts you on top of society. But ye back in the day, that was not the case. It was just a separate system of power that was inferior ultimately to the royal blood of divine right. Dracoris Felving with the $5. Douche alert. Haha, got him. And Dracoris Felving with the additional 5. Let this forever be the moment that Vosh proved how full of shit Destiny actually is. There were so many people in chat who were saying I was acting in bad faith that I don't even fucking know anymore, dude. K-Fesh with the $5. Can the Destiny arc be over? Christ, I'm so tired of him. We'll see. We'll see, comrade. Canugio with the $5. If you need proof that electoralism isn't everything, you need to take a look at the Swiss general strike of 1918. It saw the transformation of the state into a welfare state and a more democratic one. Damn! Are you really saying that advocating for radical populist change can lead to a change in the circumstances through which you can push viable electoral policy? Oh my god. Oh my god, policy does not exist in its own void, completely exigent to political theory? Oh no. Sketchy Lurker with the $5. I'm beginning to think men are too emotional for politics. Hey, leave me out of it. I kept my calm. And Dracoris Felving with the $5. Give him your spirit energy spirit bomb go. I think I did my best, Apostate X with the $5. Your arguments came off like Sargon's aha, your solutions don't fix everything. No. Destiny was the one who kept trying to hold me to the specific language of one thing that I said before we even started talking to each other, and he did it to the exclusion of actually discussing my ideas. Even after I clarified what I meant, that his solutions wouldn't be sufficient to address climate change, he continued to mischaracterize my argument, saying as though I had said that he had absolutely no, proposals. He absolutely has proposals. I don't think that those proposals are sufficient to constitute an actual solution. Solutions solve things. That's what the name means. A solution isn't the same thing as a proposal or a means to address. A solution solves it. You think he's going to upload that one? He can't. He wasn't recording audio on his channel. Looks like I'll be uploading that soon as stream's over, boys. Whoa. With the incredibly generous $69. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You've all been so generous today. Really recomping my travel costs, let me tell you. Thank you so fucking much. I really appreciate that. That's the sex number. Get him, Vosh. I just went and got dumped, so being able to watch your stream is really helping. I love you. I love you too. But I cannot replace your former partner, my friend. I'm sorry to hear you were dumped, but I am delighted to receive your kindness and your generosity. Please, do take care of yourself. And now, you know what? Now you can practice social distancing, okay? Look at that. You're even closer to the dream. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to keep on donoing. Not keep on doing, keep on streaming. Titlepunk Roller Girl with the $5. Destiny doesn't give a shit about immigrant kids. In your previous debate, he said it'd be fine to compromise a reactionary immigrant policies as a way to get Medicare for all. Cerdo de mierda. Yeah, he had a conversation with us about Pixie that I want to talk about more in a few days, or maybe tomorrow even, about the possibility of right-leaning figures using left populism as a means of attaining power. I want to talk about that, okay? But first we have to finish donos, and then we have to finish stream, because I didn't expect you guys to swamp me. Buggirl93 with the $5. You handled Destiny's malding super good. Way to stay on point and keep your cool and not get caught up in his pivots and energy. Yeah, oh god. Oh no, I idealize him too much. I still think apparently he did really good in his debate versus Stryker. Apparently he did really good in his there are some times he does really good, but when it comes to arguing the left, he has got a fucking black hole in his brain, dude. Holy shit. It's so fucking cute. My idealization isn't rooted like in a You give him way too much credit now? Well, I won't be now. That video title is going to be like Destiny acts in bad faith, screams at me again, or something like that. After how he treated me and kept insulting me? Nah, fuck him, dude. Imperial General with the $10. Thank you. Destiny seems to have a habit of insulting a generalized group that when called out. He says he actually meant a very specific subgroup, leftist versus online white college leftists on Twitter. Yeah. He constantly impugns socialism and then will retreat to this incredibly narrow, it'll be like, oh, all socialists are class reductionists. Well, actually, here's a study showing that a lot of white dudes are on Twitter who are Bernie supporters, and a lot of them are Bernie or bust, which means class reduction. It's like really like asinine, you know? Somnia with the $5. I don't get why you're 500 times more charitable to Destiny than he is to you. Look at his rhetoric during that argument. He just misascribes and makes shit up and then says it'll never happen. Yeah, it's pretty fucking cringe, my dude. But again, my goal isn't to win over him, it's to win over his audience. Cyborg with the $5. Destiny has run out of anything substantial to say about leftism as you presented, Vosh. He has to bring out such weird, broad abstractions such as all leftists are Bernie bros and Stalinists. Yeah, and I'm like, hey, here would be a nice, broad change that would make a positive difference. And he's like, well, how did it work for the USSR? Like, damn, dude, I'm actually arguing with like a right-winger right now. Darth Vader with the $2. Policy proposals that are viable within the auspices of the mainstream political organization shouldn't override theory. The feudalists would think the same. Anyone who knows anything about politics understands that you can't fucking separate electoralism from political theory, that they're one and the same, ultimately. Different channels of achieving like the same forms of power. But if he gets super bored of anything that isn't like I feel like Destiny's ideal political discourse is for like two people to have different ideas of how to implement like this different versions of the same policy, and they both come with all the stats on it, and then he shows up and his Pokemon stats are better than the other person's Pokemon stats. He would show like no actual argument, no like theory or synthesis or interpretation or analysis. Just he would show up and he would be like, well, actually the studies show my number is bigger than your number, and then it would just be a matter of like arguing that until the other person acquiesces, and then they leave and it's like, well, mine has the biggest number, I win. I think that to him is like political discourse, you know? He has West Wing brain? No, it's actually worse than West Wing brain, because West Wing brain is the idea that politics is a debate club, where it's all about ideas and Hegelian dialectics and about people, you know, confronting each other with their hypocrisies and with the true, honest, earnest spirit of America. But that ultimately is still theoretical. He's below even that. West Wing if real politics is up here and West Wing politics is like right here, then only arguing policy positions and ignoring fucking theory is like the absolute fucking dead rock bottom, you know? Rugal Amigdal with the 279. Still can't believe you said Packy live on air. It's not a slur here in America, it's a slur in England, but I've said slurs on air before. It was very funny in the context that I said it. So I'm sorry if I hurt anyone's feelings. I love you, okay? Pessimist with the $5. Could you briefly explain the Vuvuzela argument? I can't Google it. The Vuvuzela argument is very simple, okay? It's... Hyena, I said I saw your text earlier and I responded to it. The Vuvuzela argument is, you say socialism will do good, but don't you know? Socialism doesn't work. Take a look at Venezuela. That's the Vuvuzela argument. He did it multiple times. It's a very common argument. Lexify with the $2. Why do you keep talking to this weird, angry, bad faith lib? Because I don't want his audience to sink into despair. Shackley with the $5. Vosh, this was the Twitter link.
Can we do better? There's always things that pop up that
oh no.
we can do better
on. This is 1.4 million,
and I call the question.
I'm sorry, that's not how this works. We each have an opportunity to speak 5 minutes.
I thought we did.
Yeah, the question's been called.
I'm sorry.
We've been
and that's not how calling the question works. You need a second, and you need to vote on it.
Then I have a second for calling
so
the
are
question.
you telling me that you're going to keep me from talking right now?
You talked all evening.
Look here. You're calling me disrespectful because I've interrupted people, but this gentleman has turned off people's lights in the middle of a global health pandemic. That's what that gentleman did.
Point of order.
And you think I'm disrespectful for interrupting you?
Point of order.
This gentleman has had the ability to do any number of things. We could have banned large gatherings. We could have closed the beach. We could have put a moratorium on utility
meeting.
shutoffs.
I recessed.
Also not within your power, and the attorney has held that that's true.
I recessed the meeting.
You came up with new rules at the beginning of the meeting, and then you didn't even want to follow the rules that you came up with.
And you took advantage.
This is a banana republic, is what you're turning this place into with your so-called leadership.
Does a recess mean that we will be?
Yes.
Camera on that?
I don't care anything about this.
Camera on that?
I don't care anything about this. We should have been talking about this last week.
Can we?
We cut off people's utilities this week and made them pay what could have been their last check to us to turn their lights on in a global health pandemic. But you don't care about that, and you didn't want to meet. But every other year, you go around and beg people for their votes.
Can we explain
But
the
you care
recess?
more about your relationship with that guy than you care about the relationship with the people who don't go to work in this building.
Order! You were done. You're done. You're done. Disrespect.
It's disrespectful is what you've done to the working people in this city.
I didn't do anything.
You failed to act.
I didn't do anything.
When you're a leader, you failed to act. You said you didn't do anything. You failed to act. When you had an opportunity.
Party for State House.
I don't care anything about that. You think anybody cares?
Does a recess mean that we can reconvene tonight, or? Okay. Is that in 5 minutes, or?
It's when the chair comes back.
Hello, base department. We've got a big order for you today. God damn. Holy shit, what a fucking king. This guy's like going off on like the rant of the people, you know? And the other guy's like, does this mean we can leave? Sir? Can I go home? Please, I brought fruit snacks, but I don't know if that'll be enough. I want a sandwich too. Oh man. Here, we're almost done with donos, folks. Hold on. Allison with the $5. I bought a tier sub to change my name to Summer, and it still shows up as my old one. What do? Also, do you know JREG? And if so, what do you think of his content? Do you believe he's a crypto leftist? I do think that JREG is a crypto leftist. I don't even know if it's that crypto. Here, let's see if I can change your name right now. Allison. Let's see if we can't change that to Summer. Summer's already being used. I'm giving you Summer 1, and if you want more than that, you can argue with a mod, okay? Love you. There you go. You're Summer 1 now. Imperial... I'm going to take a while to remember that. Imperial General with the $10. Thank you so much. Well, I don't think that Destiny has a good take on this. I don't think co-ops will have a significant incentive to act in ways to fight against climate change as you think they will. Can you elaborate? Right now, ultimately, the problem that we face with regards to climate change is that there's no way forward without significantly hampering the power and the influence of incredibly powerful corporations. There's just no way forward that is not going to obliterate the oil and gas industry as we know it. Nothing at all. So ultimately, any changes we do make are going to have to be made in a system where the oil and gas companies don't have the power to prevent change. And that is a system in which there is no longer a bourgeois class. I don't think there's any other way. China has put caps on their CO2 emissions and such because China ultimately is an autocratic society that places the good of the state above the individual and short-term interests of the businesses, meaning that China is more than willing to cut down on production if it means preserving their country in the long term. America is not. America is going to let its corporations run themselves into the ground because at the end of the day, climate change hurts everyone, even the businesses. America will let the oil and gas companies, untethered, fuck themselves and fuck the entire country and fuck the electoral system because of the money they put into lobbying. And it will allow all of this to happen because America does not prioritize the existence of the state over the short-term stockholder like good. So any system in which we're going to make real change that can actually fix things, the way China is trying to, is a system where businesses don't have the power to prevent that change. And there are two directions you can go with that. You can go full-on autocrat, authoritarian, like China, and you can just wrangle the businesses in because the good of the state is more important. Or you can go full-on socialist and eliminate the bourgeois class, and therefore destroy their ability to collectively advocate against the interests of the proletariat. That's the argument. And I would prefer democracy to autocracy. Mythalde with the $5, please consider whether Destiny might be a decelerationist, i.e. the opposite of accelerationist, which can often make people look like centrists. Well, a decelerationist is, as far as I'm concerned, just a reactionary. Daniel Molina with the $2, Ripfish Piker, True, and Windleby Dazzler with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, comrade. Jack Attack LP with the $2. Can you go back to my first $5 dono you skipped? I checked in the API. I didn't see any earlier dono. If I missed a dono of yours, please type it in chat and I will respond to it as it was. And Sake Tanuki with the $5, missed donos. Shit, we're all fucking dying over here. Windleby Dazzler with the gifted tier 1 sub. Take this sub, get it off my hands. Based. And Oscar Carlisel with the $5. What are your thoughts on incentivized voting, like giving money to voters for voting? I'd be okay with that. It would also disproportionately incentivize the poor to vote, which would be nice. Somnio Static with the $5. Can we just watch this, my kitties? It's a video link. Why? I'll open it anyway. Okay, I've checked there's no child porn embedded in it. Is babies. Baby. Baby. Holy shit, and Sake Tanuki with the $25. Thank you so much, comrade. I really appreciate that. Will guillotines be enough incentive to deal with climate change? Unironically, I mean, no political violence arena or anything, but unironically, yes. The threat of revolution has brought ruling classes into line before. So something to keep in mind, I think. All right, I know there were a few donations that I missed. I'm sorry, I gotta run. I strongly encourage you guys to, if I miss your donation, to keep the donation text saved and save it for tomorrow's stream, and then you can just type it out in chat, and I will respond to it as though it were a dono. I apologize, sometimes the API just drops. It has to do with YouTube. My apologies. With that being said, I'm going to be hosting Chapo Trap House. With that also being said, check this out. At 6 p.m., aka in exactly 3 hours, my beautiful girlfriend, Vermin Hands, is going to be playing some goddamn Animal Crossing. Check it the shit out. Look at this cute drawing she made of herself. I'll be hosting her, of course, when she starts streaming. Beautiful. All right, folks. Peace. Vosh, can I send you an email? You can send me an email whenever you want. All right, folks. Peace out.
You know, if you're doing like an armored incursion or something,